Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged. DAC FSO routing. That's Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Greetings to you, Mr. Jason. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. Before we begin, why don't we play the camera mini game, and I can thank our wonderful contributors during this fun cycle. Okay, let's fix that and maybe adjust this up slightly. Yeah, that's great. That's perfect. So if you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, these are the appreciation placards. The appreciation placards are where I thank the people who have given me money, quite frankly. And so if you want your names on these placards, all you have to do is purchase or maintain a Twitch subscription, a Patreon or a Coffee membership, or donate $2 or more directly through Coffee or similar platforms, and you will get your names on this list. In particular, if you've been doing this for 6 months or purchased a 6-month subscription or membership package, then I will highlight your name in purple and italicize it as a way of further this is a very teeny tiny way I have to give thank you, to say a thank you to all of you who will put your names here. But of course, being here is enough for me. Honest. I would do this if I were getting paid nothing. But let's read those names and then I will catch right back up on chat. I'd like to first thank Grunge Monkey and Ballshack in particular for their Twitch subscriptions. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of those subscription packages. I would also like to give a big thank you to Mr. Rasby the player for his well over 6-month commitment to a Coffee tier membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of said membership. I do hope you enjoy those membership benefits, good sir. Additionally, while I do not have any one-off contributors or patrons, I would like to thank people who have used those mediums in the past. Your contributions have been greatly noted, and I wouldn't be here without them. So thank you. Now that that's out of the way, as we load the game, we'll catch back up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, I have some bookkeeping to do today, good sir, and that is to tell you that Mr. Jason is not feeling too good today. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, good sir. And so Mr. Jason is not sure how long Mr. Jason will last during today's stream, good sir. Mr. Jason hopes for a good long while, though. Well, if you need to rest, good sir, yeah, please do feel free to do that. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but if you're tired and sick, then please rest. I would rather you be here in good capacity rather than, push. You tell me all the time to, if you're not feeling up to it today, sir, good sir, you should. I would totally get canceling the stream or what have you. You tell me that. So now it's my turn to mirror that back to you, good sir. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is feeling incredibly tired today. Yeah, as noted by your previous message. Mr. Jason has tried a coffee, but it doesn't seem to work for Mr. Jason. I got news for you. If you are on the spectrum like me, us spectrals in general don't take very well to coffee. The coffee I drink here, as a result of the huge journey, is decaf. That's right, I get the hot bean juice with no caffeine in it. Let me tell you that sipping on coffee is, if you're feeling tired, then the coffee is a trap. I'll just come out and say it. I wouldn't recommend that you continue to do that. That's putting extra strain on your kidneys, and that could lead to a whole bunch of complications down the line. In other news, good sir, I have some deliveries to look forward to. I have 4 USB cables for my Samsung phone, one Nintendo Switch Pro Controller charge cable, one Nintendo Switch adjustable charging stand, and Nintendo Switch AC adapter, and then 2 copies of the Super Mario Galaxy 4K Blu-ray Steelbook. That's awesome. I'm glad you got all that, or I'm glad you have those deliveries to continue to look forward to. Hopefully some of those come in today, but you know, if not, there's always tomorrow. Sorry, yeah, there's always tomorrow. Speaking of bookkeeping, I'm glad you said that word, good sir. I actually have some bookkeeping myself to do. So, number one, I have begun work on the thumbnail. I'm just pausing this like... Yeah, okay, it does mute the ambience. Oh, no, it does not. Never mind. Hold on. I know it's the ambient noise. I just need it low for a split second. I have begun work on the Dark Messiah. I have to make sure I get this name right. The Dark Messiah of Might and Magic thumbnail. I have begun work on that today, along with the next iteration of the Super Mario Odyssey thumbnail. I think you guys will like that when I release them, hopefully by the end of today. Second bit of bookkeeping. If you look at your channel point rewards, while I don't have a sound effect or anything for this, the channel point rewards, which you can find at the bottom left of your chat panel, I have a new red color-coded channel point reward. This is for the guided raid, which costs 20,000 points. I basically took the most expensive reward I had on hand, which was the getting me to shut up for 5 minutes. Or no, actually, it's what the fox didn't say. And I doubled the price on that. That way, those that have been here a while are generally going to be the ones that are recommending raids, recommending channels for me to raid out to and stuff like that. I've even got a little bit of text blurb to explain it when you click on it. And I'll just reiterate what's in the text blurb, you know. If you're going to redeem that, if anyone is going to redeem the guided raid reward where you get to guide me to a channel of your choice for raiding purposes, please know who you're raiding out to. Don't pick a random person on the Twitch live page, please. That's a good way to get like hate banned, which has been happening to people that have been raiding out strangers. Please make sure there's like like some kind of a distant relations connection or a parasocial relationship or something there. The other thing is, you know, please make sure you spell the name of the channel correctly so I know what I'm looking for when I go to type that in. Additionally, if for whatever reason I'm not getting anything from the channel name, you know, then that person is free to give me a link to the channel in question, and I'll take a look at it. Make sure they're actually still live. They're not like ending the stream or anything like that. I'm gonna give the guided raid a test pilot. We're going to go from there. Third bit of bookkeeping. I have begun the process of making a new Twitch panel for the Twitch channel for our TCC affiliated channels exclusively. So I have like a friends and people to check out like panel on my Twitch page. I'm gonna add another one of the same type, but this time for the TCC. I'm gonna begin incorporating some TCC related things into the channel so people can be pointed in that general direction if they want to see or know the TCC or check it out on their own, that kind of thing. Okay, I think that's the 3 major points. Oh, right. Don't forget, this Saturday will be the start of the Let's Try Saturday, and this pertains back to my first point of bookkeeping, where I said that I was working on the Dark Messiah of Might and Magic thumbnail, and this pertains to that Let's Try. The first Let's Try is going to be that game in particular. Did you spend 20 points to guide the raid to me? I'm flattered, good sir. Thank you for that. At least it serves as a demonstration that the command works, or I'm sorry, that the channel point reward works. Maybe later on I'll make sure I put like a soundboard redeemed there so people know. Sorry, my brain's a little bit fried today. At least we know the channel point command works. All that kind of stuff. Mr. Jason says, okay, I felt a bit more energy glazing you. Don't overexert yourself though, good sir. No, it's just a me message. Understood, Mr. Oh, whoopsie, that was not a redeem because you would have actually, yeah, it would have notified me you spent points. Wow, I was not paying attention there. Thank you for the message, Mr. Jason. I greatly appreciate it. Now, recap time. Last time in the previous session, we managed to make our way all the way to the subterranean shutting grounds. And then we spent eons and oodles of time in the sewers before making our way over to the Equilibrious beast, a port of an Elden Ring Night Rain boss. And I learned very quickly that having something to mitigate status is a good idea. Mr. Jason says, I would have a lay down on my bed, good sir, but ... What's behind me? Yeah, it's full of crap. Sounds like you're gonna have to clear it off, good sir, if you want to lay down. I mean, the alternative is like, if you've got a sleeping bag, you can sleep on that. Or some other hackneyed solution, I'm sure. Today, as you guys can probably no doubt tell by the stream title, we're going to be wiping face to the Equilibrious beast today. Mr. Jason says, I'll do it in bursts of energy over the course of the stream then, good sir. Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time on that. Yeah, we're going to be wiping face to a boss that is normally played with 3 players. It has been altered to be doable with 1. So, as was the case whenever we wipe face to a hard boss, I have disabled all of the ad timers for today, unless we clear the boss, and then we can go back to our regularly scheduled programming. But for now, I'm going to be running all the ad breaks and stuff manually, and if I feel like we need I feel like if we need to if we need to, you know, not take a break strictly at 12, strictly in the next 44 minutes, I can do that. I have the power to do that. I will probably make this a running precedent moving forward anytime we wipe face to a boss, because I don't want people to miss out on any single solitary attempt if I can at all help it. Speaking of, one last thing I'll discuss for those that are new to the stream today, for those just tuning in. If you look to the top right of your screen where my webcam is, there will be a red slat over it, a red UI element with the words locked in. That means I am not exactly up for conversation. I'm focused on whatever current boss is on the screen or some difficult platforming segment that I need to I need to hone in on and make sure I get. I'll greet new chatters. I will greet people that are chatting for the first time, even if they're not new. I will say hello. I will bid people farewell, and I will try to entertain new incoming raiders if I can. But otherwise, I'm not really up for conversation, especially with the Equilibrious beast. But at any point when this is up, I'm gonna be honed in on what I'm doing, because Elden Ring is hard. I can't just pause the game. Even if I've got this cute little pause item here, it's not without its glitches or its setbacks. Mr. Jason says, if you look to the top right corner of your screen, you will see a dapper gentleman and a best friend of Mr. Jason. I'm happy to be your friend too, good sir. Thank you for the compliment, good sir. I truly do mean that. Now, let's get right into it. I'm probably gonna wipe a couple of times, just getting used to the move set again, but we should be back to making progress real soon. Although I guess before I do that, right, hold on, before I do that, Blood Boon is not all that great here, so I'm gonna like change that. That way I'm not having to like cycle through unneeded, unnecessary spells. All right, now that we've got that all set and done, we can continue onward. One thing I do want to do at some point is like do I'd like to do a group playthrough of this with like two other people that at least one or two other people that know what they're doing, relatively speaking, and kind of like what Iron Pineapple did. Mr. Jason says, for the record, good sir, I'm feeling good, but it is just the heat. I hear you. Mr. Jason, I'm not feeling unwell. Good. Do you have a glass of water with you before I step into the boss fog here? Because, the reason I'm being a little bit more emphatic about that, you have a bottle? Good. Please make sure that is topped off, and please also make sure you drink extra water for the coffee you drank earlier, because you need to counteract the dehydration you just put your body through by drinking some coffee. I am not saying anything you don't know, for the record, but I figure I would say something so that you don't suddenly pass out at your desk or wherever you happen to be viewing this from, good sir. I speak only from concern on that regard. Promise. Alrighty, it is boss time, and hopefully, maybe we get an even in one go, and we can get the boss to maybe say something a bit closer to this, or maybe we could say this after.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Or something similar. Mr. Jason says, I know, good sir, and I really appreciate you, Miss Carly. Thank you. I likewise, good sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, it is boss time. See everyone on the other side of this. Yeah, it's fine. I thought I would probably die the first time, because I wasn't used to what he was doing. I wonder if you can duck some of the swipes. Like not when he goes for like the charges, but like when he's swinging his staff around. I wonder if I could do that. Worth a try. Assuming I don't have something else to dodge first. All right, let's try again, shall we? Except I dodged through out of habit. And I got hit by a projectile followed by a staff swipe, so that I ended up getting true comboed again. I really gotta not be next to the wall when this is happening. So while I'm thinking about it, going back to Dark Messiah for a minute, I've taken a look at some of the art for it, so I know how to make thumbnails and stuff. Let me say some of the promotional materials are very not safe for work, and so I will be issuing a warning about this particular Let's Try Saturday to say if you're not 18 or up, you should not be in the stream that day. Just it's not like there's gonna be, you know, bare breasts everywhere. None of the material looks quite like that. What I found was promo art, and promo art can be NSFW all day long, but there is let's say some revealing clothes in there. It's like it's a very adult game is what I would say. An adult in the sense of there's dark gritty themes, there's scanty clothes, there's like a love plot that's a huge part of it. It's a whole thing. So just a bit of a heads up for those that are perhaps looking forward to Saturday. If you are not an adult, if you are not 18 and up, you should not be here that day. Just make my life easier, please. That said, it's boss time. Let's try this again. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Mr. Jason says, I think mostly the issue, good sir, is that I have a fan on. I mean, circulating hot air, like, that is better than just not having a fan on at all, because what that does is as you sweat, it forces your sweat to kind of move around, and it's supposed to cool you off naturally. Now, I mean, that only works so much in hot weather, but having a fan does help. You do get you get a bit of coolness, but not much, Mr. Jason says. It's better. You got to take what you can get in this heat, all things considered. Mr. Jason, you must be extremely cool, good sir. I'm your biggest fan. Hearty, har, good sir. But a bit of levity. A bit of levity in these dark, hot times. With the tempest of 1,000 suns bearing down upon you, I'm sure. Well, I want you to fight fair. I will read that when I can, Mr. Jason. Are you serious? Quickly, don't lose the yeah, I was about to say, yeah, very quickly. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. Let me also count the death there. I don't know about Death, but I don't know about Mr. Raru, but it kind of looks like him, yeah. Yeah, I realize what you're talking about. He kind of looks like him, but it's mostly the mouth and like the eyes and stuff. Mr. Jason says, I'm definitely looking forward to the cold, gray, and miserable winter. I don't know about miserable. I think winter is festive. Not miserable, but it certainly can be. It can be miserable if it turns into a blizzard or something. Yeah. But Mr. Shiny, we are wiping face to a boss. We were fairly close, actually. We were within 1 bar of health when you stopped by. I also forgot to put on the I forgot to pop a rune arc for phase 2, so but it's good to know it's doable without that. Yeah, I can show you this fight from the beginning now. He's certainly a handful. I'll say that. Because he was a port of a Night Rain boss, which is a multiplayer spin-off of Elden Ring, which is awesome, I'll grant you, but having that ported over into a single-player experience for Elden Ring Reforged is something else. But I have prattled on too long already. Allow me to show you this from the beginning, good sir. too early. Yep. Oh, he becomes a different name during that part. That's interesting. And congratulations on your 3-stream streak, good sir. Mr. Jason says, a friend of mine is afraid of German sausages. They fear that the worst is yet to come. At least it wasn't the worst joke ever imaginable. That was for yours. And then for the addendum that I threw on.
Sure, Jan.
So we have not yet gotten to what I would consider to be the more interesting part of the fight, because it would be one thing if it were just chaos incarnate, but this actually has you get to make a choice. You actually get a little tiny bit of a breather. I also did not mark that death, so let me do that. You get a little bit of a breather while you think about what potential option you want. And so I can actually put that to, put words to what I'm trying to describe, good sir. Okay, I just had to make sure I got the right page. So there's a scale-bearing merchant that makes 6 that offers you 6 things. No extra effects, all buffs on you no longer work. That's the one I'm picking. Then you have the I wish for eventual greatness, raises damage dealt but lowers concentration over the course of the battle. I desire boundless flasks, which makes your health flask restore more, but each use heals Libra as well. Or the Equilibrious beast, because the real boss is the Night Lord Libra. I wish to fight forever. Substantially increases both yours and Libra's damage negations. I desire companionship. Just summons a group of killable friendly rats that fight with you and a group of killable enemy rats that attack you, alongside Libra. And then I wish to gain many runes is perhaps the greediest option of all, which places a ghostly treasure chest on your head. A la the Mimic head from the Dark Souls series, where the Mimic helmet increases your runes gained, but it constantly drains your health. It's that same effect. And in exchange, you get triple the rune reward at the end of the fight. So that is our dear friend, Night Lord Libra. And now to read the joke that Mr. Jason has put on in. A friend of mine is afraid of lifts and elevators, good sir. They are afraid of taking steps to remedy their fear. Hardy har har. Yeah, taking steps, afraid of lifts and elevators. Yeah. They're afraid of overcoming their fear, blah, blah, blah. A fine joke, good sir, fine joke. It is time for hell once again. I would like to have less deaths than Rykard today, because this boss is not that hard, but now that I have just said that, I will get more deaths than I did at Rykard. See everyone on the other side of this. All right, you goat-looking freak, let's go. How? I'm using too many flasks. I should just die here. Yeah, too many flasks. I also don't need as many, I don't need as many FP flasks because I'm close to him a good chunk of the time. I probably want something like 10 and 3. Yeah, something like this. And then just make sure I'm rationing my FP correctly. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, many years ago when I was in college, we of course celebrated different events from across the world, good sir. One of them was Jamaican Hairstyle Day. I was dreading it. Hardy har har. Dreads, common hairstyle over there is dreads. It can sometimes have a sacredness to it, but not always. Fun fact, some Greek hoplites also wore dreads. Welcome on in, Grunge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on us wiping some face to the Equilibrious beast. And I would very much like to get to... I would like to have this fight behind me pretty soon, but it'll be what it'll be. Oh, I ran right into it. All right, here he comes. Wiping face means dying over and over again. Oh, it restores FP as well. Okay, I can park a second while we do a little bit of prep work. But yeah, to more properly answer your question, Grunge, when I say wiping face, I mean to die over and over again. Sometimes they're also called wipe fests. That's the more common term you might hear in an MMO is wipe fests. So for those that are just now tuning in, this phase has a second part. But that is unlocked by the scaled merchant here. And we get our option of 6 here. Starting from the top, I wish for greatness. We deal more damage, but our concentration is I'm sorry. Grunge says, what is the face wiping? Like getting back up and wiping off after dying? Yeah, more or less. That's a great way to say that. That's what wiping face means, is getting back up and trying again. And the process of dying, getting up and trying again, dying, getting back up and trying again is the whole face wiping, more or less. Mr. Jason says, oh, good sir, I just realized I have 10 Nintendo Switch docks. You are a mad lad for that, Mr. Jason. You're a real mad lad for that. That is too many Switch docks. I have the one, and only one. So, this choice here, I wish for eventual greatness. I deal more damage, but I lose concentration over time, and concentration is a stat that increases how many points it takes to drive me mad or to put me to sleep. So I become more prone to getting true comboed by this boss. I desire boundless flasks. I heal for more when I use my health flask, but it heals the boss at the same time. I wish to fight forever increases me and the boss's damage negations or our defenses to each other. Companionship gives us a bunch of spirit ash rats to fight, but he also gets some rats that will try to attack us. And we get the Mimic Helm effect, the I wish to gain many runes. We gain the Mimic Helm effect, which will drain our health over time. Very slightly, but if we win, we get triple the runes. We get triple the currency for defeating this boss. So, I usually go for, I desire a fair fight. I don't want, I don't want any, I don't want the boss to get any help from me. And I don't want to take on an extra complication for no reason. So, let's take the fair fight. And let's proceed into phase 2, shall we? Oh, we have to do this again? All right, I did not know that part. Yeah. All right. I did not know he did that. All right. So I need to not... I shouldn't even worry about marking him for death yet. He kind of seemed different, from, but more spastic, anything during that second phase. Now I know. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir, even before I include my Nintendo Switch OLED model, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition dock, the Animal Crossing New Horizons Edition dock, the OLED Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Edition dock, and the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, I have four Nintendo Switch docks and 2 Nintendo Switch OLED docks, although only 2 Nintendo Switch docks and 1 Switch OLED model dock are actually spare. So you have 7 working ones and then 3 on the side. Do I have that right? Also, I realized I spammed like signs of the all-knowing, and that was going to be a problem. Understood, good sir. Now that whole statement about the 7 and the 3 make a lot more sense. Time to try this boss again. Now I know about that treachery at 10%. I can make that work. Yeah, I died. Mr. Jason says, and you got so close on this boss last time? Yeah, I sure did. And then we started wiping face to this again. This is not a DPS check, for the record. I mean, if killing him faster is not going to prevent him from doing the, I'm going to spam a bunch of sigils on the ground and make us have to go pop 6 of them. Like, nothing is changing that behavior. I would have to chunk him to do that, and I am not running a build that does this, like, ever at all. I'm confident we can do this, though, no matter how many deaths it takes. Well, do wish me luck, because we might be doing this all day. Or don't. I'm not gonna compel anyone to do anything. See you guys on the other side. Thank you for the good luck. How? Yeah, I was too greedy, and I probably should have just thrown the attempt away anyway. I was spending way too many flasks to try to tank that. Thank you for the good luck, good sir. Mr. Jason says, I've been meaning to ask you something, good sir, regarding the guided raid channel point reward pertaining to see if someone is live from the TCC. Should I just inform you? I could use the redeem if it's someone external, but I'm not sure what to do if it is someone internal. I'm happy to elaborate further if necessary. So the thing about that redemption, Mr. Jason, is that anyone can use that. That is not specifically for the TCC. Anyone can do that. I kind of presumed you were going to guide me toward TCC related targets anyway, which you have sort of the right to do as the executive chair. You could certainly tell me I'd like you to raid one of our verified streamers that happens to be on, but if it's someone external, like let's say, I don't know, let's say Marioma were here and she redeemed one of her like streamers that she watches, well, that would probably override whatever your suggestion is, because someone paid the channel points to redeem the reward. So it wouldn't work out very well if I'm like, oh, sorry, the TCC stuff comes first, because then I should just not do a guided raid channel point reward, right? Mr. Jason says, indeed. And I even said that the other day, good sir. Exactly, good sir. So I've got a pretty good system in place for this already. I wish I could actually thoroughly explain it on the redeem itself, but you really kind of can't do that. There's just not enough characters on the channel point rewards for that. At the most I could do is like accredit whatever soundboard thing I use, or say who maybe came up with the redeem or that kind of thing. That's really about it. Mr. Jason said, what I was wondering, good sir, is what you just said. I can just suggest one if it's internal. Of course, anyone can suggest someone to raid out to, but if people want that to have any kind of weight, then they should spend the channel points to make it happen. I don't know what to do. Now, here's a niche interaction and something I don't have an answer for. Let's say during I can like put limitations in, but it still doesn't answer the niche interaction. Let's say we have a couple of fairly active people. Let's say yourself, Marioma, and Mr. Shiny. And let's say all three of you within like 5 seconds of each other use this reward, use this channel point reward. I don't quite know what I would do in that scenario, because multiple people have just spent their channel points to try and make something happen. In this case, a guided raid. And on Twitch, you can only raid one person. So I don't know if it's just, if I need to make it random. The limitations are mainly to prevent, are mainly to put a cooldown on it so that doesn't happen. But let's say multiple people do redeem that. I don't quite know what to do with that. Welcome on in, NK Plays. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You've come in just in time. You've come in time to watch us white face to a boss that has been imported from Elden Ring Night Rain. Night Lord Libra, or otherwise known as the Equilibrious beast. That is what we are wiping face to or dying over and over to today. Mr. Jason says, I have a suggestion, good sir. You can record the order of redemption and then carry over their raid for the next opportunity, not necessarily the next stream. Good idea. It kind of makes a queue, and yeah, one redeem per stream might be better, and that would just cut that issue out altogether. Yes. So I've put in a new channel point reward, NK Plays, called Guided Raid, where someone can suggest to me what channel on Twitch they would want to raid to. I do have a couple of asks on that. One is that it's someone on Twitch that I can verify, i.e., you got to give me their full channel name when you're putting that in. And number two, it's got to be someone you know. Like, it can't just be a random person on Twitch. You need to have had some kind of relationship with them, or they know you, so they're not going to ban me for raids. Because some people do that. They some people raid others out randomly on this platform, and some streamers have taken it upon themselves to ban incoming raiders, and it kind of defeats the purpose of the of opening yourself up to raids. There's an option that lets you close them, that makes you unavailable for raids, but I digress. So it's got to be someone you're on good working terms with, so that the streamer knows that you mean well when you bring your audience of other people in to raid them. Mr. Jason says, yes, yeah, that is correct. I've got the basic redeem up, but I need to add a couple of things to prevent some somewhat unforeseen scenarios from occurring, so to speak. Speaking of unforeseen things, it is time for us to see if we can kill a goat, let's say. Kill the goat, even. I guess before I fire that overlay up. Yeah. That's more or less correct. Like, anyone can suggest people anytime, but if you want to actually... okay, you've got it mostly correct, Mr. Jason. Anyone can suggest that sort of thing without needing to use this. But if you want me to actually follow through on it, and or it's the circumstance you've described, then you could use the channel point rewards to make it more than just a suggestion, so to speak. And yes, whoever uses the guided raid, that will take precedence over whatever's been suggested by Mr. Jason or someone else. Yes, good sir. NK Play says, so not make it spammy. I mean, using it multiple times a stream. Yeah, more or less. Actually, while I'm thinking on it, let me do that now before I forget, because that's a pretty easy setting. I can just turn on or turn off at the click of a button. Okay, I have put in the I've put in a limit on the redemptions, so we can only redeem that once. So whoever is quickest on the draw first gets it. I'm open to playing around with the number of redemptions, but let's start at one, just to kind of mitigate that scenario that Mr. Jason and I were discussing all together. Mr. Jason says, so suggestions have some weight. TCC suggestions have additional weight, but that redeem holds the highest weight? Yes, you've got it correctly, good sir. You are parsing it correctly now. I'm glad that we could get that I'm glad we could get that all cleared up. Thank you for the redemption, NK Plays. I do hope you are well in body and mind. If I feel like I hadn't said that, so I'm gonna say that. But I've ambled on and on long enough talking about channel stuff. kill a goat. Kill the goat, even. See everyone on the other side. And I get driven mad at the same time. Cool. Thanks for the good luck, guys. I unfortunately didn't get it that time, but that's just a taste of what phase 1 is like. Phase 2 is nuts. But phase 2 is crazy difficult. As Mr. Jason can, Mr. Jason can help back me up on that. Phase 2 is, it's stuff everywhere all the time. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I always like to make sure that I'm parsing correctly. Yep. And then if we ever decide to specifically promote a TCC verified streamer, I could communicate that to you well in advance. Yes, you can even do that prior to the stream. Uh-oh. Computer appears to be having some memory issues, I think. But it seems to be okay now. Okay. I wanted to make sure I waited there the second to do that. But Mr. Jason says, update, good sir, you're feeling a bit energetic. Good. I'm glad to hear that, good sir. Has it cooled down any since the last time we talked? Oh, I thought that was me. No, all right, let me check the computer memory real quick. I feel like we're getting pretty close to 100%. Yeah, no wonder. We're using 96% of a CPU process. Let me try to cut down what that is. There's some CPU spikes. No, I'm not really particularly sure what that is. Let me maybe get rid of a couple of docs. I may need to revert back to like non-web sockets. Mr. Jason says a little, but the stream is buffering a lot today. Some of that could be Twitch, but my computer has spent the last couple of minutes acting up, which is not good. Mr. Jason says, if I was a computer, good sir, I would have a CGU. CGU? A computer graphic... No. Not even really sure. A central glazing unit. Fair enough, Mr. Jason. Fair enough. In about 15 minutes, I'll do the ad break stuff. We're running those manually today because I want to focus on, you know, defeating the Equilibrious beast and not having what we normally do be super disruptive to that process. But anyway, let's try again, shall we? Yep, it's happening again. Anytime I move. Hold on. Let me just deactivate this for a second and see what the CPU memory does. It could be yeah, 100% of my CPU is being used. Why are there 6 instances of this? But most of it is coming right from OBS. Yeah, there's like random spikes. Hold on. There is a memory leak going on. I can probably open this now. All right, I'm gonna try refreshing voice mod and some other stuff. And for now, I'll just take off the overlay. So, how's everyone been so far? Do you guys...
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Okay, are we... Can you hear me now? Is that like... Yeah, no wonder that's on track 2. That is better now? Okay. Cool. Okay, we should, let's see, let me start moving the game around. All right, we're all right now. I'm not sure what all that was, if I'm being quite honest. I hope that's the limit of that today. So like I was saying earlier when I was muted, my intention will be to take a break in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Mr. Jason says at 10 a.m. tomorrow, good sir, I might go out for another walk. Is there more Pikachu? Awesome. Hope you catch them, good sir. And any special variants as well. I certainly hope you catch those. But if not, I at least hope you have fun doing it and you enjoy your good sabbatical, your good walk, good sir. Speaking of walk, let's walk through hell and keep on going, shall we? See everyone on the other side of this. I'll read that when I can, Mr. Jason. I can't see what he's doing. That's always an issue when there's a wall. Mr. Jason says, "Hey, Mr. Coin, good sir, just stay nice and calm, even though you're dying a lot." Oh my goodness. I am flattered that you think that I'm absolutely flattered that you think this would get me. My skin is a lot thicker than that. This is not Super Mario Odyssey. I can tell you that right now. There are some things in Super Mario Odyssey that can make me mad. Madder than a bowl in a china shop would have any right to be. But this... I could do this all day. You wouldn't want that beast to get your goat, good sir. Too true. I realize now that that's probably the setup for a joke, but I took an opportunity to say what I was going to say anyway. Yeah, I'll make sure Billy Goat Gruff over here doesn't get my goat. Promise. Yep. Don't get your guard broken, folks. That's why blocking in this fight's not really Great. Mr. Jason says, what do those things that you're collecting do, good sir? I'm glad you asked, because I figured out most of what they do. So, they restore a very small amount of HP and FP. That's this blue stuff. And that's that second bar underneath my health bar. I'm sorry. It is the blue bar on your screen. It restores those two things, and if you have madness build up from like from any of his attacks, it will take off a little bit of your madness build up as well. So it's kind of like the way of the beast being fair, quote unquote. Mr. NK says, what challenge run is this again? Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. So it's just those first 6 words, Deathless, all content, fire spells only. And the routing means we're doing all the practice leading up to the real run. Like, we've not even established a proper baseline yet. We'll have one when we're done with the routing, but as like, these are the things I know to be difficult, but otherwise, when we get to a real run, we will be going much faster through this. Like, I won't be explaining so many decisions, or I won't be stopping for I won't go over quite so many details. Mr. NK says, what was about to say was Deathless until you said routing. Yeah, if this were a real run and I wasn't like shooting for a personal best, right? I would have already reset a long time ago. I would have reset for like within the first string of 10 bosses, guaranteed. But that is not what we're doing. We're not up to that point yet. I'm not that good. I want to get that good, but we're not that good yet. I think we have at least enough time to get to phase 2, if not pretty close to that. We can at least take a breather during phase 2. So I'll see everyone on the other side. Yeah, I'm gonna die, probably. How? That must be like a timing thing. Okay. I believe we can pause this right here. So this is the intro to phase 2. I actually am kind of curious as to what happens. All right, so I think we don't have to move until we make a decision. But we get one of 6 choices. One of the ones says buffs don't work anymore, but otherwise nothing else happens. Another one of the choices says I deal more damage, but I'm more prone to madness procs over the course of the fight. There's another one that says my health flasks heal more, but I heal him whenever I use a flask. There's another one that says I get a bunch of spirit rats to help me in the fight, but he also gets a bunch of enemy rats that will try to attack us. And the last one is I get a debuff that drains my health very slightly over time, but if I win, I get triple the runes. I get a choice of one of 6 things. So, when we come back from our regularly scheduled ad, or our semi-scheduled ad break, we will be picking the I want a fair fight option, and I can show you guys the madness that is phase 2. Mr. NK says, take the risk and triple the runes, good sir. I guess I could show it off, but that's asking to die, honestly. I'll at least show it off, though, after we come back from our ad break, which we do take, I would say at the top of every hour, but not while we're wiping face to a boss. So, in but a moment or two, there will be a clock on everyone's screens. It'll say how long the ad break is for. During that time, I play ads on Twitch to combat the pre-roll, among other things. I'll be taking a stretch break during this time, getting a beverage, all that fun stuff. I recommend you guys take a break with me. That way no one has to look at, dinky, annoying ads. But I am not anyone's boss. Spend your time however you wish. Once we come back from the commercial break, I will have returned as well. The ads will have finished, and we will pick right back up where we left off. And I cannot wait to show you the madness that is this second phase, I guess with a little bit of an extra caveat attached to it. That said, I will see you guys right after the said ad break. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. And with that, thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Thank you, Mr. Jason. And also, BRB, take your time, good sir. We will be here selecting the bottom choice. I feel like if I'm gonna take that one, I need to like counteract it with a heal, but this is a one-time thing. I do not expect to get this boss with a HP drain on top of everything else we're doing, but well, you never know. You never know. Let's I wish to gain many runes. Oh, that is a not an inconsequential drain. Yeah, that's too much stuff to worry about on the screen, on top of also having an HP drain. I cannot do that with my I can't do that with my loadout of spells. So I would be picking the no buffs and debuffs option. That the risk is not worth the reward. Never mind the... We thought him just spamming crazy amounts of projectiles was bad. Wait until the 6 sigils we have to run through on the screen start. That one is insanity. I legit do not know how we do that. I digress. Nothing to do but try again. That is too early. Yep, and I was caught mid-roll, so I took counter damage. Mr. NK says, yeah, I've never actually played Elden Ring before, but I heard it was a great game with really difficult bosses, good sir. That is true. At least, let me say it this way. I personally think it's a great game with really difficult bosses. And Reforged, I should also say this boss is not native to base Elden Ring. Down here you would normally find Moog the Omen with kind of a similar move set, but instead of holy damage and madness, it's fire damage and like bleed. with like a huge spear instead of a staff. So it's like similar, but different in many respects. Reforged swapped that boss out for the one we see now, the Equilibrious beast. Which, it's a fun boss. I like the fact that there are custom bosses in Elden Ring Reforged. They truly liven up the experience, and Night Rain has given us many wonderful things for which there could be ports of future bosses later, so to speak. But yeah, Equilibrious Beast is no joke with my current setup. Oh boy. I almost feel like I'm not quite doing enough damage now, but we'll see. Let's try again, shall we? Okay, he does a different attack when you're close. I can answer that question when between phases, good sir. Really? I guess I can answer it now. NK asks, is Reforged a remaster or a different game? It's a mod. Because Reforged can mean different things, good sir. Yes. Reforged is a mod for Elden Ring Reforged. So I'm playing this on computer, which is how I can mod it in the first place. Reforged is considered a vanilla plus style overhaul of Elden Ring, where it tries to keep things as close to the vanilla Elden Ring experience as possible, while also doing different things with the game. A lot of like cleanup of hitboxes or mechanic replacements, that kind of thing. But there are some custom spells and mechanics that you don't otherwise see in the base game in Reforged. It's a really good overhaul. Team Kernifer, that's Kernifer plus the group that's underneath him, have worked really hard on Reforged. It's a mod that I love to death. I love it to ribbons, and I would play it over again. I would play it many times over again. That's how good it is. Yeah, if you want to, if you would like access to Reforged, you would need a computer copy of Elden Ring, and then you can just mod on top of that. If you want more information, you can type in !ERR. It'll take you right to the Nexus page, the Nexus mods page for Reforged. You could also type in !ER wiki if you want to see the website as well. Good thing there's not a caps or a case sensitive thing with that. But yeah, the mod is awesome. It's been out for 4 years now. It's getting, I wouldn't say the most consistent update schedule, but the updates have been ongoing. It's a really well-loved, well-cared for mod, excuse me. It does have its detractors, though. There are people who have disparaged it over the years and say it's unfair for this or that. There are decisions in it that are questionable. And then there are decisions that are just out of the box, just great. Absolutely fantastic. And then there are decisions that the team makes with the mod that's, you kind of have to get in their headspace a little to appreciate them, so to speak. I've been prattling on too long, though. It's goat time. See everyone on the other side. I need to get away from this, like, immediately. Oh, I thought this was restoring FP. It is not. The little globules are just restoring HP. Okay. All right. There's the rune arc. There's Lutel. I bet you do, you little goat man. Yep. There were just too many beams. I should have just stayed away. That was super stupid. It just, there was no reprieve from that for any length of time either. That's gross. And I feel like I missed a death, so I'm gonna mark another one. Just because I feel like I forgot to mark one. And we'll have to go from there. I would rather overmark the baseline and work down than to undermark and be like, oh, why am I underperforming here? Oh, it's because I didn't mark it correct the first time. Oh boy. Try again. Yep. I got too greedy. Stupid micro decisions. This guy doesn't have much health though. Like he's like Malekith levels of squishy. If folks don't mind my saying so. Malekith the Black Blade or Malekith of Destined Death is he's one of the end bosses of the game, and he's considered pretty difficult, but in exchange for his difficulty spike, he is not worth an incredible amount of... He doesn't have that much health on him. He's kind of squishy. He hits hard, but he's squishy. You can push him pretty easily if you know how his moves work. I'm taking a hit here for sure. Yeah, don't get greedy, period. All of these are stupid micro decisions I'm making now. They're not it's not anything in particular that I'm doing that's like grossly incorrect. This is the Elden Ring Reforged experience, everybody. Sometimes it's fun and you go through a lot of bosses in one sitting, and sometimes you just white face all day to a boss until you get it. You know, never mind with a restriction on top like what I'm doing. Let me stay a little further back. Yep. Just so much stuff on the ground. I actually sort of think Lutel maybe isn't a great answer here, and think I would be better off trying to kind of tank while Latenna does some work. I don't know. I don't know what the correct answer here is. Mr. NK says, unholy projectile spam, good sir. Yes. Yeah, but I'm hoping that you also noticed that his HP went down pretty quickly for all the spam on the screen. Yeah, the Equilibrious beast is a piece of work. It's hard to deal with all those projectiles at once. It's hard, but it's meant like the second phase is kind of a DPS check. It's kind of one. Right about where the bench is, or the first set of pews is. Yep, I count once again. I counted on him to do a phase transition right about here. I think that means the phase transition is at 75% health, which would be right in the middle between those, but between the second and third tick marks from the right. Something like that. That would make the most sense to me. Yeah, wait for him to actually move. What? Oh, yeah, that, yep, I moved right into the sigil. That's actual skill issue. That's an actual skill issue. That was my fault entirely. I actually probably could have already moved to the 6 sigil, or actually I think it was like 8 sigils in the room. Yeah, the double, it makes more sense if they're doubled, because of how I had to run. Yeah, we could have already moved to the projectile section, and then it would have been, we would have killed him. Oh well, not to do, but try again. All right, he's gonna leap. No, he's not. He's gonna do this number instead. All right, here we go. Too early. couldn't cast, but he's dead. Holy hell in a handbasket. That was ridiculous. Holy hell. Thanks for the GG. Once you get over the projectile spam in the second phase, I also should say I got a little bit lucky there because I was close enough to him during phase 2 that he went for more of his like leapy, jumpy, swingy attacks and less of the I'm gonna put sigils on the ground and make you move out of the way. But thank you for the GGs, gentlemen. Much appreciated. Holy hell. That was rough. Mr. Jason says, just like your channel is a treasure trove of wonderful content, good sir, my room is a treasure trove of collectible items and a lot of random stuff that I usually store away and then later cannot find and end up reordering. For example, good sir, those 4 Samsung phone charge cables that I ordered from eBay, I ordered them last night. And then while tidying my room earlier today, I found 2 spare Samsung charge cables. Nice. That's great. It's always nice when you find out that, oh yeah, this thing that I went out and purchased, yeah, it was there all along and I didn't need to go out and buy it, but now that it's here, now that I have it, I will make use of the spare, or I will make note of the spare. Like, I found my cleaning cloth. I found my, like, microfiber cleaning cloth in the washing machine 2 days ago. I went out to Walmart, of all places, near where their optical section is, and I picked up some new microfiber cloth because I need it to clean my glasses. I couldn't find the cleaning cloth that I just told you was in the dryer, but or in the washer, excuse me. But I found it, you know. Within 24 hours of having bought the cleaning cloth, there it is. I'm like, okay, well, at least I got 2 on hand now, among other things. Mr. Jason says, I have ordered more Sony PlayStation Vita charge cables than I care to admit. I know you're saying that with a kappa, good sir, but some part of me thinks that was a joke made at your own expense, just a little bit, a statement made in sarcasm. Would I be correct about that? Oh, 36, at least it's not, I didn't die as much as, say, the Flame Lost Knights or Noster. The Noster fight is just bananas. You guys thought holy projectile spam Batman Goatman was bad? You should have seen the Scorpion and Butterfly combo. That was Noster the False Sky. That was actual literal ass. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, but yes, I always seem to misplace those cables, and I really shouldn't as they are proprietary. I mean, you could put them in a box, or some sort of organization system, like the boxes, and go from there. Oh, what? I'm sorry. What just happened? Oh, I have a row. That's right. That's what happened. All right, let me just fix this right on up. Yep, something like this. And then we put in the Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. Mr. Jason says, also, good sir, have a further update for you. Go right ahead, good sir. Mr. Jason says, I'm feeling considerably more awake now, and I am just having some food, so I should in theory be okay. Yeah, when you're not feeling well, especially when there's like heat going around, you need to make sure you keep your strength up. That means drinking water, or at least lots of liquid, but especially water. Avoid caffeinated things or things with high quantities of caffeine. And if the food you eat has during the actual heat wave, you want to avoid like super salty, sugary things. But after the heat has passed, yeah, after the heat has passed, you know, make sure you replenish the salts you're sweating out. Eating a good bit of salty food is important. Mr. Jason says drinking water, watching wonderful content. Too true, good sir. Too true. All right, I'm going to enable those hourly timers now that I have turned off for the turned off while we were wiping face, so to speak. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, I just got 2 notifications from my bank again. Nice. The thick ornate staff of solid metal with a wax sculpture of furled fingers as a crown. Oh, that's a creepy staff. Yearning for order, the man would cling to the symbol of his past, finding solace in the purpose it embodied. Yearning for chaos, the beast would scream and rampage through its prison, beating relentlessly against its walls. Boost holy attack power and madness buildup when held in one hand. Interesting. So you want to have like, you definitely want to be casting incants with this, which is cool. Now let's return back to our paper tiger build we had earlier, which would be, and then instead of this we have this. Mr. Jason says, oh, also that, hold on, not quite paper tiger, I mean FP farm. We can put on the FP farm build items again. Mr. Jason says 24 pounds and 99 pence at www.hmv.com on your card. Those, good sir, are my standard copies of the Super Mario Galaxy movie on 4K Blu-ray. Nice. Congratulations, good sir. It's nice to see when those charges clear up. Also, was like, I can't quite tell what it was. I think it was, I actually have plumb forgot what my order was. Oh, but if we're, yeah, okay, no, it's the prodigious crown pendant. I know which one. It's something like this. There we go. You had a weird dream last night, good sir? Oh. Oh, yeah, we got an item in here. Let's not forget that. What's in the chest? Erdtree's favor +1. Nice. And, no music either. Mr. Jason says, I was in a courtroom and the judge was sentencing a firework and a battery. At the end of a long deliberation, the battery got charged and the firework was left off. Har, har, har. I appreciate the joke, good sir. We need one after 36 deaths to what I think you guys will agree was projectile spam. I know Mr. NK already said as much, but I'm pretty sure you would also agree with that sentiment, Mr. Jason. I do not think the average Elden Ring enjoyer would like to deal with all of the projectile spam that I had to deal with there, and that was a super confined space. Night Lord Libra, which is the boss that the Equilibrious beast was based off of, had like a wide open desert. You could like move around a bunch. You can't do that. You kind of can't do that here. Ooh, let me be so extra careful. Oh, also, I just realized my flasks are woefully out of order. Mr. Jason says, those enemies are always interesting, good sir. In what way? If and you don't mind my asking. I know we just went up here, but I need to set my flasks back to where they were. Otherwise, we're going to run out of FP, you know, before we can bat an eyebrow. Mr. Jason says, some of them are friendly. Some of them attack you. It is really jarring to know which one is which. Yeah. I agree with that, good sir. Let's see. Nope, it is flasks. It's this flask. Let's allocate these. All right, let's try that again. I think we could probably also skip through. Although, now that I've said that, we have so many runes, it's not funny. We could probably absolutely oh, those guys just kind of left me alone. I'm surprised. I'm just having a cheese and bacon burger. Oh, that sounds good. I would love one of those. I've been trying to like eat healthier because of my time at the gym and everything. I just need to, hello, good sir. Yes. Would you like some spittle in the face? I sure wouldn't, but, I digress. If you're gonna rush at me, I'm gonna spit at you. Speaking of, I gotta know. I think other people would also like to know, what is this guy's codex entry? 77. That ought to be here. The Equilibrious beast. It's vulnerable to slash damage. Mr. Jason says that offers surely nothing to spit at, good sir. Too true, good sir. Too true. And as expected, this thing is, the limited description we got was correct. Immune to madness and sleep, and equally vulnerable to all other statuses. So now what we need to do is, if you guys will recall the huge room with the imps and the pipes and stuff, we need to return there now and drop down, because that is where Esger, Priest of Blood, is. And I want to say he's a NPC invasion, if I remember correctly. But I could always be misremembering that as well. I enjoyed the Equilibrious beast, but I am happy to have it out of the way now. I'm happy to not be fighting it anymore. Mr. Jason says, if this was more of a maze, good sir, getting back there would be a pipe dream. Too true, good sir. And to be honest, I thought that defeating that boss would kind of be a pipe dream as well. I truly did think I would be stuck dealing with it for a long time. I thought that Angie Philosopher would have been correct, and I would have been dying to it 50 times. We were getting there. I did kind of think I would be dying to it a lot more. Mr. Jason says, if I was on a circular loaf of bread while telling you these jokes, I'd be on a roll, good sir. Yeah. You and your circular loaves. You and your circular loaves of bread. I hope everyone enjoyed the fight for what that's worth. It is not often that I actually get to sit in white face. I know we did that not that long ago with the Flame Lost Knights and like Rykard, but I hope people enjoy actually sitting through and watching the progression. I do. I used to frequent those channels back in the day. I enjoyed it a lot. Mr. Jason says, sometimes my bread jokes are really good, but sometimes people really loaf them. Hardy har, good sir. And hopefully hopefully they don't become stale, as it were. You just back up and all right. If that's what they want to do, that's fine by me. I'm having to like really make sure I'm not, you know, running into a bunch of these imps. Ick, yuck. I don't like getting hit by that. Mr. Jason says, that enemy must like you, good sir. It fell for you. It did. It did. It did. It absolutely did fall for me. Okay, you're down there. I see you up there, Sir Imp. And you went into the pipe. Why? Why is he in the pipe every time? I can tell that the imp is underneath me. Oh wait, no, we don't want to go this way. We don't want to go this way. We want to go we want to go the we want to go through here. We can take these pipes down here to get to the bottom. Or we can drop down to this I don't know. I still think we're gonna end up dying. Let's test a theory, shall we? Let's test if what I'm thinking is correct. Okay, that does work. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you can definitely tell when I'm sourcing my jokes from a website. My jokes that I think of myself are considerably more creative. Yeah, they usually sometimes involve the thing on the screen, is what I will say. Uh-oh, let's not do that. What? Why is this enemy's AI breaking? Never mind. I should have stayed put. We got quite a few of these crawdads as well that are going to be buried here. I should say this room has I think 3 of them. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, good, Mr. Coin, good sir. Did I tell you about Nintendo Switch 2 boost mode? Wait, there's a boost mode? No, you didn't tell me about that, Mr. Jason. What is Le Boost? If you don't mind my asking." I want to be careful. I got to make sure we don't. Ooh, the enemy placements here kind of make me sweat a little. Not gonna lie. Wow, pathetic. I remember when these guys used to pose me problems. I think that's because they were in an open field. Now that they're in an enclosed space, patooey. Mr. Jason says, with Nintendo Switch 2's boost mode, good sir, you can basically get compatible Nintendo Switch games to run in handheld mode or handhold mode in the full 1080p like they would in TV mode on the standard Nintendo Switch. Ah, okay. Yeah, you were telling me that you could run games at full definition on the Switch 2 in the handheld mode, but I didn't know that's how it was accomplished. So I've learned something new, and I thank you for that. Alrighty, so this here is the entrance to where we gotta go in order to deal with good old Mogingtons. The Lanedale Catacombs. I think before we properly head up, we're going to see if there's a hidden wall in here at this second row. No. At least not that I can easily see. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, on Thursday it is Mr. Jason's second payment on Mr. Jason's TV. Yeah. Only that's tomorrow, and then you only owe, yeah, I was about to say around $600 or $700, right? Also, we probably don't need our lantern while we're in here. Only, yeah, indeed. Oh, there are they? Do they just keep coming? They just keep coming and they just keep coming. I think they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming is what I think, personally. Let me kill a few more and just kind of find out. Yeah, we need to run through here. Why am I being driven mad? Do these guys inflict madness? I think so. Okay, cool. So whenever I see one of these, just start looking for the spirit caller snail, and that ought to do it. Mr. Jason says, according to my calculations, good sir, my TV will be fully paid off by November. That's awesome. I'm glad I'm glad that'll be a thing that happens. And then you won't have to worry about making such a huge chunky payment anymore. And you can work on paying off or doing other things, right? That's 200 pounds that don't go toward something like a debt payment. Ha! You can't get me. Neener, neener, neener. That's funny. That's hilarious. Mr. Jason says 200 pounds, good sir, would buy a singular product at a certain British chocolatier. That it would, good sir. That it would. Okay, but we need to find Esger, Priest of Blood. We cannot leave until we do that. So now let's see if we took a wrong turn somewhere, which we very easily could have. I could have sworn that this was how we got to him. I might need to look him up, not gonna lie. Mr. Jason says, I actually purchased one of those at the end of March 2025, good sir. And then when I received it, Mr. Jason saw that Nintendo had announced the Nintendo Switch to Nintendo Direct. So Mr. Jason says, no more chocolate for Mr. Jason for a little while Mr. Jason's Mr. Jason's saving up for Nintendo Switch 2 now. Yeah, and then the whole Pal World controversy happened. I was feeling pretty good about Nintendo prior to that point. Like, say what you will about them litigating fan games or, ROM hacks or what have you. Like, that's one thing that you could argue a lot of ROM hacks or like mod ROMs / fan games kind of dovetail on copyright infringement, right? I do get their stance and why they are so gloriously protective of their IP. They're competing with Sony and Microsoft and probably just Sony now, for goodness sake. But aha! I knew it. I knew the secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Just look around for a secret tunnel. All right, and we have 4 more points left to go before we can go and solve that mystery with the law of regression. That's kind of what we need to cast, is the law of regression. Putrid corpses. All right, let's get to work. Mr. Jason says, speaking of Pal World, good sir, I completely agree that Nintendo was being a bully with what they did, good sir. But on the other hand, good sir, Mr. Jason does when people play Pal World, mentioned especially when I see the sheep pal. Oh my god, it is Wooloo. It's probably pretty close to being a Wooloo, yes. I have not seen pictures of the sheep pal, so I couldn't tell you, but I do know what a Wooloo looks like, because Sword and Shield. I kind of know exactly what one looks like. Let me just kind of check for secret walls here. Mr. Jason says, in the irony, good sir, is that is a game ripped off Pal World. The main character in that was also a ripoff of Link from Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. You're talking about, let me make sure I've parsed that right. You're saying someone else tried to clone Pal World or rip off from Pal World, and the character they ripped off from was a copy or a ripoff from Link, and he was writing a ripoff of a Charizard. Okay. Look, just I realize that gaming, like when you're developing stuff for games, it's all kind of derivative work, right? Like you can't really invent new things anymore. You only invent mishmashes of games these days, but like still. You probably should not be so derivative that you cannot tell. You shouldn't be so derivative when you develop games that you can clearly tell that where you copied from. Like there's a difference between being inspired, right? Being a clone of something, and ripping off or plagiarizing, which you're being inspired by. Mr. Jason says, and also, good sir, one of the games had a character named Anubis. Oh, I bet the Egyptians love that. Then it looked like Lucario. Yeah. Some designs are just so original that one cannot help but copy them a little, but it probably shouldn't be super blatant. At least with Lucario, right? You can tell it's Lucario. You can tell it's Lucario. You're not like, oh, this is just Anubis. Mr. Jason says, also, good sir, these enemies are so excited to see you that they explode with joy. Yeah. Too true, good sir. They're absolutely, they're bursting with happiness, as they say. I'm not gonna sure jam myself. That was a good one. Ew, stop retching up worms. Come on now. Oh, I can't remember which way I'm supposed to go. Oh no. I guess let me go up here and see what that is first. Okay, I hear footsteps. An omen. Mr. Jason says, that's that's good, sir. I don't like you sure-janning yourself if it's good. Well, yeah, I mean, look, lots of streamers say they're bad at games. I feel like the less egregious thing is to say I'm bad at jokes. I'm allowed one of those. But yes, I do want to give recognition to you know, let a good one just rip right off the top. And if I did that more often, I'm pretty sure I would be a more confident person, just in general. Which I'm sort of hoping is what the gym will do over time, too, for what that's worth. It's one of these gimmicks. So I remember why this place was rough. So we went into a room like this earlier, right? And it had like a few walking putrid corpses in it with like an empty bed. Like an empty like grave post. Well, now they give us the same room again, further up, but this time it's got a glovewort flower on it. Now, I can beat the game in its own recognition by putting a rainbow stone there, so that I can take the gloveworts and move about my day. I feel like I need to know what's here now. I feel like it's time we investigate. Investigate the tomb. What's here? And we'll drop that back down. Oh, can you not file through, good sir? Oh, but he can breathe through here too. What? Okay, we'll do a different thing here. We get the warped axe. And whatever this is, the Crucible Scale Talisman. What does this do? I don't remember. We're getting to the parts of the game where I don't exactly remember. Reduce damage taken from critical hits. Ah, okay. It's one of those talismans. That's right. What? There is no way that should be happening. Yeah, get back down there. All right, and let's move through here then. I also remember this particular catacomb being kind of long and drawn out for not no reason, but definitely there was definitely some pain and suffering. A lot of the future catacombs are kind of like this, where they are very elaborate, they're hard. Yeah, and you know, there's definitely an ambush waiting for you down here. This one's a large putrid corpse, so we can definitely do this. Get off me. Ick. I can't believe I have to use one of these. That's gross. All right, so let's put a rainbow stone here. so we know which way we've been. And then let's go this way first. I happen to be closer to it. I don't like that. This is not illusory. All right, and we will use a different rainbow stone for this. Okay, so we know to go to the green one, and the green one is over here. Let's also make some rainbow stones, which we could do by very cheaply with some with the rocky amalgam. And then we can move up here and see what the heck is supposed to be up here. No. Uh-oh. Did I meander in a circle or... Oh, okay. Yep. All right, we did go in a circle, or kind of went in a circle. We went in a half circle is technically what we did. Let's go back here now and head on over to what I think might be our boss, or else a separate bit of the catacombs. All right then. I do not quite know what is going on, so it's time to lock in and just pay attention. See everyone on the other side. Welcome back, Mr. NK. You caught us just in time. I thought I was dealing with Asger, but Priest of Blood, but that has not occurred yet. Instead, we just went into a bait room and got an incantation I think we can use. Yes, we can technically use this. It's like a close range version of Wretch Gore, and it's within the spell school that we have access to. Okay, so it's not this. I can hear rushing water, but I'm not really sure what to make of my current situation right this second. Now I believe I'm a little bit lost. We'll have to see. Maybe there's like a turn I can take somewhere that is not just death. That is... Yeah, we went to bait. This is the real thing. Yeah, so the Lanedale Catacombs gimmick is that you've got two sets of rooms that all kind of look the same. And It's kind of up to you to figure out what the bait room is and what the bait room isn't. I'm gonna go down here though and check out non-bait land first.
Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Thank you guys for putting up with that and putting up with me. We do take commercial breaks. We are off of our manually scheduled ad breaks, so we are back to running them automatically, which means they occur at the top of each hour. I run them that way in order to mitigate the pre-roll from Twitch. I highly recommend that you guys, when that time comes, there will be a timer on your screen indicating how long the break lasts. But when that time comes, I encourage you guys to get up and take a stretch break with me. That way we can all get up and keep our bodies moving while also avoiding the avoiding the ads. No one likes looking at ads, but spend that time however you wish. Once that timer is finished, it's over. I will have returned, the ads will have stopped, and we can pick right back up where we were before. Okay, this one put a foot in my face. I dislike foot in my face. What? What? All right. Well, enjoy your lurk, good sir. I hope it is easy for you, and that whatever you choose to do is enjoyable. All right, so now we're back to the original room, right? So if I like cast a spell, yeah, okay. Yeah, so we've gone through the bait rooms. Now we can proceed in a real direction. I don't know why that guy's corpse is solid, though. Also, I totally saw that window up there. I totally saw that. And then we have the imp in the hallway here. And then I trust there is nothing. Oh! Yep. Hello. Gotta be extra careful we don't like bump into something just all arbitrarily like that. I think well, no, we can proceed a little bit further. Long hallway is long. I hear footsteps, but of what kind? Hello, Ava Thompson. Welcome back. Your just in time for the commercial break to come up in about the next 60 seconds. How are you doing? Hopefully well in body and mind. Hopefully well in those regards, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I am fine. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I think I will hide right here, and when we come back, we'll drop down, and hopefully the real heavy door will be right here. Speak of the devil, and it shall appear. See you guys after the break. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Nature gave me one of her calls. A call that I couldn't refuse. I trust we all had a wonderful extended commercial break. After doing a quick scan of all of our wonderful chat rooms. Very well. To answer Ava Thompson's question, I think I covered this yesterday, but I mean, other than gaming, I suppose. Actually, I suppose I would say most of my free time is going toward game development as is. Like I'm working toward developing my own game. At least I'm giving it a good go. That is what I'm looking to do. And then outside of that, I go to the gym. I try to read. I keep up with the news. At least I try to keep up with the news and a few other things. Okay, this is the real one. Which means, what the heck is this passageway up here? I don't want to continue until I know what this is. Oh. No, we're back up here in the original. Okay, so this should be Esger, Priest of Blood, then. Alright, let's, swap over some goodies. Oh, I forgot to put on the fur leggings. It's fine. Get rid of that. Is that it? Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. I think we're good here. Although, wait, maybe I want... Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I want to level up before I do any of that. So that is going to require 30k? 10, 20, 30. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah. Never mind. What was I thinking? Not 15. This would have been like between 18 and 19. Let's start with that. I think 3 of these runes ought to do. Am I right? No, I'm like 500 off. So I'll just use one of these really teeny tiny runes. $24. 3 more points, and then we can solve that law of that riddle for Corin's quest. All right, I don't know what I'm walking into. It's been a while since I've fought Esger, so I will see you guys on the other side of this boss battle. Bye-bye, Esger. So the Lord of Blood's exaltation. Blood loss in the vicinity increases attack power. We don't make enemies bleed that often. And Aura of Malaise doesn't... If this were like, when enemies are poisoned, you boost your attack power, but that's not what this does. Poison wants to stack a bunch of other different kinds of statuses. Like Frostbite or Scarlet Rot. Poison and Scarlet Rot kind of want to be paired together whenever possible, because one helps, like Poison helps Scarlet Rot deal more damage, and take, and like stack faster to strip resistances down, that kind of thing. All right, so we've got that figured out. Valiant, this would have been the Valiant Gargoyle right here. So if I go up to the, guess it would be the West Capitol Rampart. If we go up to the West Capitol Rampart, which would have been right here. Yeah, this is our path forward. Also, we can put this back on and make sure I properly equip the full set this time. So this would have been the Valiant Gargoyle here. So we can get rid of this split. So now we're on to another custom boss, which I have no idea what to do about. I have no clue how I'm going to handle it. Other than, I guess we're just going to have to find some way to handle it, right? We got the Golden Amalgam, which will let us make more hard runes. We're going to be really trying to fish for the Amalgam, the Golden Amalgam. That means, like, any gold-tinged excrement or golden centipedes are going to require us to, like, act on them almost immediately. Nice. If they're gonna be this easy, this like absolutely like super easy, then, you know, Helicos should be a non-problem, right? That's totally how bosses work, right? And they bleed out pretty easy as well, so there is that. Just grab a bunch of them. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. I didn't watch where I was. That's death on the way there. for no reason, I might add, other than just not paying attention. I should have walked away. You could actually dodge those attacks by walking away. I didn't need to do what I just did. Mr. Jason says, I love how that enemy followed you down. Yeah, that's true. They do like to do that a lot. Random enemies will just follow you off the cliff unless their AI specifically or behavior specifically is not set up for that. Well, let's try not to have that happen again, shall we? This one is one of those full bloom ones. But if we can catch them attacking instead of transforming, that's even better. Welcome back, Ava Thompson. Yes, I've been back for a little while. I've been busy doing the workup to the next boss. Mr. Jason says, oh, good sir, I went to my local Aldi to get some lemonade because someone, not mentioning any names, Mr. Jason really likes lemonade. And Mr. Jason purchased 9 bottles, good sir. Oh, they haven't introduced product caps yet. Lots of places here in the US don't let you buy more than a couple these days. 1 or 2, and not any more than that. I mean, that's cool either way. It's awesome they let you buy a lot. They were 49 pence each. Awesome. I mean, cheap bottles of lemonade are cheap bottles of anything. Never mind lemonade are kind of hard to come by. I'm surprised you could get them for that price. It's awesome that you're able to get them at that price, however. All right, let's try not to die this time. Indeed, good sir, and they are the full 2-liter bottles. Even better. Yeah, let them just kind of run down at the same time. Or yeah, actually, that's even better. Yeah, please do that. Yeah, I will take this any day of the week. They really don't know what to do with that, which I think is hilarious. Lots of these, like, swiftly dodging enemies just don't know what to do when Rain of Fire is on the screen. Mr. Jason says, and good sir, on the way back, I caught an extra small dapper Pikachu with blue accents, and it was shiny. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Ava says, what do you do in your free time? I thought I had answered this already. I've been working on game development in my free time. I go to the gym in my free time. I've been trying to make time for that all the time. I do also read books from time to time. Keep informed on the news. Like, I do all sorts of things in my free time, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Why ask? Mr. Jason says, in Coin's free time, he doesn't get nearly as glazed by Mr. Jason. for Mr. Jason mostly spreads a little bit of glaze in the streams. Yeah, too true, good sir. Ava Thompson says, in game development, you do all the work by yourself. Yep, solo dev. I've only just started my journey to learning how to do it. Yeah, their low poise kind of ensures that they were always going to get tripped up by this simple spell. Mr. Jason says, although in your free time, I do occasionally send you a little gift that I made to show my appreciation. That is also true, Mr. Jason. I do appreciate the little postings. I would print them out, but I don't have the ink for them at the moment. But in other, like, more, perhaps more lovely news, my air conditioning is back after a week and a half of being out. So we can finally relax a little now that it's back. I don't know for how long, but, well, you know, c'est la vie, right? Water under the bridge. Now, see that chap over there? Let me get out the good old telescope here. Spyglass. That right there is our dear friend Royal Guardian Helicos. That is another custom Elden Ring Reforged boss. I have no idea what he does at all. So it's going to be a learning experience. We thought we were... I should probably change the stream titles on Twitch and Kick. I wish I could adjust them for YouTube freely, but I cannot, so can't do too terribly much about that. Let's nope, that is not the correct dock. We can get rid of that one and take away this other one. We don't need that. We'll save those. And then we will remove that dock. Okay. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I do like that shiny Pikachu just looks like it's sunburnt. If that's true, that's a really nice attention to detail. Yeah, it's the shiny one with accents has like beach gear on or something, right? And while you're fitting me with a bit of a description of our good shiny Pikachu friend, it is time for us to delve into the custom boss, because I do not know what to do with this. Let's make some hard runes. Change out our gear. I believe we should only need like our damage gear this time, and I believe it is nighttime. We'll see if I need a sword or not. No, good sir. Oh, so it's just a plain old Pikachu with the blue accents. Got it. Let's get to work. I'll see everyone on the other side. You're up, Kristoff. Oh, it's a Champion Gunder moveset. Okay. phase 2. Yeah, this is the IDEX version. There. That's great. For after the fight, good sir, here's the difference. Very well. Oh yeah, it does kind of look a little bit sunburnt. I'm not sure why it's this off-color red, but it is. I know the Raichu is the same way. Mr. Jason says, just in the past 24 hours, I caught 3 shiny sunburnt Pikachu. Nice. That's always great. The Phantasmal Effigy enables the use of a minor fortune, providing an additional boon to your character. At a site of grace, you may now select a minor fortune alongside your active fortune. They provide lesser benefits than their primary counterparts. Yeah, so like this used to be the Godfrey Shade. This used to be the Shade of the first Elden Lord, but it got replaced by a custom boss, which I'm all too happy to have the replacement for. Iodex Gundyr is like Champion Gundyr and Iodex Gundyr together is not a bad fusion at all. And for those that are like, what the heck are these names he's dropping? Those are Dark Souls 3 bosses. Iodex Gundyr is the first boss you fight in Dark Souls 3, right before you get to Firelink Shrine. And when you visit the Dark Side version, aka the dark version of Firelink Shrine, you find Champion Gundyr there instead. And Champion Gundyr had like the 4-6 hit combos you were seeing before you were seeing from Royal Guardian Helicos before it became the ulcerated Guardian Spirit or whatever it was. Right, so minor fortunes. Let's see what minor fortune we want. I think I probably want let's see. Would it be the Sage? Oh, we have Fortune of the Wise, not Fortune of the Sage. Yeah, I may not do that. Yeah, so FP cost of skills and consumables. Yeah, let's make this the active primary fortune. Natural FP generation gained when casting a spell. Cost incrementing boost to spell attack power. Yeah, so this is where you get if you cast a more expensive spell, you get more of a reward for it. And then the minor fortune can be, it has to be like an actively different fortune. So I'll probably do this. And the minor effect is slightly increased casting speed when casting a support incantation. I'll take it. Although I'm curious what some of the other ones are. Stance breaking foes slightly restores FP. Yep, I don't care about stance breaks. I don't care about the lesser version of the houses. Nearby spear ashes take decreased damage. That could be a decent one. Black flame effects. Yeah, I don't need that. Form a sanguine pool. We don't really need that. And then we've got the Crucible. Aspect of the Crucible, we don't need that. Non-deflecting guard effectiveness. And then the Brave. Okay, so I'll just take I'll probably take the Spirit Caller. That way if I can protect my spirits a little bit better if they're nearby. That sounds good. Plus I don't want, even though the fortune of the noble of the I'm sorry, let me get the right name, the dynasts, even though the fortune of the dynasts is a fine fortune to have as a minor effect, I don't want stuff on the ground. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, during GoFest you got 6 photobomb opportunities to get 3 Pikachu with team hats, a Team Valor hat, a Team Mystic hat, and a Team Instinct hat. And Mr. Jason wanted to try and get all 3. Mr. Jason's first one got me a Team Valor hat Pikachu. My second one was a Team Valor hat Pikachu. And so my 2 out of 6 chances were gone. My third one was a Team Instinct hat. And then a Team Valor hat. So that was 4 out of 6 and only 2 out of 3. You only had 2 out of 3. Team Instinct hat Pikachu, and so that was 5. Oh, you got another Instinct hat for the 5 out of 6, but thankfully the last one was a Team Mystic hat Pikachu, and so Mr. Jason got all 3. That's awesome. And then Mr. Jason focused on catching all of those 28 wonderful unknown you know, out of the 2 left over, right? You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, I actually had like the minor fortune. Some Angie Philosopher was saying I should equip the fortune of the Sage yesterday, but I only had the fortune of the Wise on, so I digress. We can now at least get some kind of an effect for what we were doing, to say the least. I will take it. I will take it though. Mr. Jason says, I like seeing interesting names here on Twitch, good sir. Oh, what name did you find, good sir? Go to traveling to Gilded Court. That's interesting that it's just available on an X button. That's really cool. One person who piqued Mr. Jason's interest is called Hylian Gamercat. Oh, Hylian Gamercat. Did they have a cat VTuber model? VTuber models are kind of like all the rage these days. Because a lot of people can't or won't show their face for any number of perfectly legitimate reasons.
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your own.
What's up, Mr. Jason? What happened? Mr. Coin VTuber is just a talking coin. Oh no. That's funny. That's really funny. A coin VTuber model where I'm just a talking coin, and I can literally skin my coin based on what we're doing that day. That would be hilarious. With a top hat and a monocle. Oh no. You know what? Here's something I can see coming right from this, right? I don't know if I could do it, but it would be worth it to try. I would love to get a... If you guys are familiar with the talking peanut, like the talking peanut, where it's a picture of a peanut with he originally was a PNG tuber. It was a picture of a peanut with covering the webcam, but you could see his eyes and his mouth. These days he's got a proper model with his real eyes and mouth on top of that. That would be hilarious. If I could get that, if I could pull that off. Oh boy, I get the feeling people are gonna ask me to do that beyond Mr. Jason, and I'm gonna have to think about how best to do that. Mr. Jason says, or alternatively, good sir, you could play as a mop to match your personality. Yeah, I could do that. I feel like the coin would be a little bit more apropos given my name, after all, right? If I didn't have the name, then I wouldn't even think about it, but let's see, we don't need thunderbolts. We no longer, actually, yeah, we no longer need any of these fortunes, because if we need them, we can just we can just get them from like the enkindling process. Yeah, that's exactly what we could do. Mr. Jason says, even outside of being a troll creator, Mr. Jason truly has the best ideas. Yeah, that was a pretty laugh-worthy idea. It's also legitimately good at the same time. It's really hard to describe how apropos that is. I don't know if I want to necessarily step on Mr. Peanut's toes by doing this. I don't know. I would need to figure out if someone knows how to do that. And I could begin the process of learning how to do it. That would be too funny. And then it could be like a power-up reward. Yeah, actually, that would be a great power-up reward. Someone could pay bits to see me become a talking coin for a short minute or two. Yeah, I think I like that idea. If I can make it happen, I will, but I'm not going to necessarily push when I don't need to. I'm not gonna like force it to happen, so to speak. Investigation while using skills. Okay. Mr. Jason says, be careful calling it that, good sir, for GameStop also has power-up rewards. That's fair, but Twitch literally calls them power-ups, so I don't know what to do about that. I guess I could just call them power-ups and not call them a reward, but it's in the same chat panel as, it's in the same area as the channel point rewards, so I'm not sure what Twitch necessarily wants me to think about that, or wants me to do with that information, other than, I guess, not do that. Oh, never mind, good sir. What's up? Mr. GameStop, Mr. Jason has said GameStop replaced its traditional power rewards program with the GameStop Pro membership. Ah, cool, great. I'm gonna keep this just in case. Sword Spear, don't need that. Black bow, yeah, I only need the long range bow. We're good here. Says the bolt infusion, which is good to know. I'm gonna get rid of this and trust this is just a sorcery catalyst, right? All right. Yeah, we'll try it. Mr. Jason says, I'm sure lots of people would love to have different rewards, good sir, but you just going live is reward enough for me, good sir. I appreciate that. I do. However, the rewards are a good way to innovate upon being an entertainer, among other things. And then we will... Yeah, at least I like to think so. We will... Yeah, I think I'll keep Alberic's kind of set. With the exception of the helm. We don't really need the helm. We can get rid of that. And we like our natural poison immunity ought to be good enough. Mr. Jason says also I'm just 9.9k away from 250,000 amperes, good sir. Oh really? Nice work. Poise after using perfume items. Yup. Don't really need that. Sorry, I'm making sure I don't accidentally sell something I could otherwise be selling. This at least has, yeah, Alberix actually has pretty okay immunity. That might be fine for our the status set in the end. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I don't really need the ability to like increase our targeting priority. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is 69k, nice, points away from 700,000 points in Seremu's channel. Awesome. Awesome. I'm sure you'll get there with all in due time, good sir. We want the manchettes here. Yeah, we want the blood-soaked manchettes here. So I only need his robe more than anything. I mean, maybe like the legs or whatever. Here's his trousers. I'm getting rid of the smalls. I've looked at them long enough. And then I think what else do we need? Mr. Jason says also one good thing for your channel name, good sir, is that for something to happen, people need the coin stamp of approval. They do, good sir. You actually do. Oh, this is just the +1. Why am I keeping the? You can't even wear a copy of this. Yeah, we're good here. We can get rid of this because we got the +1s. That I could have done that a long time ago, actually. I think I'll get rid of the critical attacks. I'm not going to be improving my dodges by, well, I don't know. Yeah, okay. It's probably best if I don't just remove things that could be even moderately or mildly useful. All right. How much do we have? 180k? And we need 50k runes. I guess we should probably try to farm 50k real quick, because I do not have any amalgam. I have 10 amalgam, which is not enough, and I do not want to be riding into. Well, hold on. I guess before I farm 50k though, yeah, let's not get carried away. We still actually have a little bit of a ways to go before we just go trotting off to Morgoth the Omen King. Instead, what we need to do is, actually, there's a couple things we need to do. Number one, we need to check on Jarberg and see if time has moved, number one. Number two, we need to go talk to White Mask Vare and see if I did what he needed me to do back at Altus Plateau some time ago. And then number three, I need to make sure I've advanced or are working to advance the Dung Eater's quest. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, good sir, I'm phrasing this very vaguely." What? Wait, what? They're all broken. They're shattered. What? How did that come to pass? Alrighty. I'll read this first. I'm phrasing this very vaguely, good sir, for it's to do with banking, but Mr. Jason is kind of disappointed, especially the terrible AI age, good sir, because the app that Mr. Jason uses, basically, if you want to see, if you want to see your debit card number or anything else in the app, it forces you to either store your voice or your face. And Mr. Jason doesn't want Mr. Jason's voice or face online. You might have to do it though. Like I'll say something. I'll say something that amounts to biblical scripture. But I'll paraphrase. But essentially, in the end times, there will be the mark of the beast. And you will need the mark of the beast stamped upon your forehead in order to buy and sell goods or do anything. You can log in with passcode. Yeah, that works for now, but how long until the government's like, yeah, I really need you to know who you are. So can you just upload your voice or face already? By any number of our services. Here's what's going to happen. Okay? And I know you already know this. I'm explaining this for those that are kind of like just here listening in. At first, it's going to be, we're doing this for the kids, which they're not doing it for the kids, but that's the reason they're going to use. Then they're going to say, we need this for national security. Won't you please do this for national security? Surely you're not a terrorist, right? Surely you've got nothing to hide. So why don't you store your voice or your face or your other credentials? And then it'll move from national security to, oh, if you don't do this, we're not going to let you hold a job. We're not going to let you purchase food or drink. We're not going to let you walk into certain establishments without having stored your voice or your face on file, so that we could skip the step of having to verify you because we already know you're verified. And then finally it'll move to, everyone else has already done it, so why don't you do it? And then it'll move to, if you don't do it, we're gonna lock you up. I would broadly classify this move for age verification and storing your face and voice online as like a part of a grander plan, and that grander plan has six phases. We are currently they are making life inconvenient for you, but there are workarounds, hence the inconvenience, by having you store your voice and your face online or getting you to try to submit to age verification. I would say we're at phase 2. It is inconvenient. They have not yet moved to constrain or restrict your rights in order to make that happen. Give it enough time, and no one bothers to fight back or mount meaningful resistance. It's not enough to fight. You have to mount meaningful resistance to age verification. If you can't do that, they will start to constrain your rights next time.
You are the jars. Are they all right? Did I defend them? Then all is well. This fool proved his worth in the end.
Oh, he's just gone. He is DED dead.
Oh, cuz, I'm glad you came. But we're fine now. Deathless fought the poacher, though quite a lot of us got broken. I won't cry, though. I'm a warrior jar. A warrior. The tale of House Hosler is told in blood.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to CoinStamp. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Thank you for putting up with that and putting up with me. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. That is what all of that was leading up to. In about 4 minutes, there will be a timer on everyone's screen that will indicate how long the break will last. It'll be at the top middle right of your screen, top right corner. Just look there. And during that time, I will be playing some ads on Twitch, and I highly, highly encourage everyone to take a break along with me, as I will be taking a break during that time, getting up, stretching, getting a drink, all that fun stuff. It'll make the time go faster, and you won't have to look at ads. However, don't let me be the arbiter of your time. If you're doing something already, continue doing it, or do something else that you want to do during those 3 minutes. That said, once the timer has ticked down and we are the ad break is over, I will have returned. The ads will be finished, and we can pick right back up where we left off. It's really that simple. I promise. I structure everything like this precisely so we don't have to look at cruddy, scummy, crappy ads if we don't want to.
The tale of House Hosler is told in blood. That's the kind of warrior I want to be one day, cuz. Even if I'm scared, I'll still fight to protect everyone.
Man, talk about a tragic end, but hey, he at least saved someone. It doesn't really matter what you tell him, but what you tell Deathless, because what's about to happen next is going to be a sight to behold, I'll tell you that. So yeah, we're at the point of the internet now where my dad always said that the mark of the beast would be the computer chip. You need to scan a chip in order to buy goods, like the mark of the beast, right? That's what the mark of the beast is. I don't believe that. I think it's age verification. I think the age verification is the mark of the beast. Or it is not a literal mark of the beast, right? But it is the symbolic mark of the beast. An age verification will be required in order to, in the end, to live. To be able to be permitted to live, to shop, to step outside your house. But in the end, the mark of the beast will be required so you don't die. Sorry, see you guys after the break. My goodness. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I do hope we all enjoyed our commercial break. So sorry about that. I got a little lost in logistics. I was trying to clean my glasses. Fumbled them a little bit, so my apologies for that. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Thank you. You will BRB now while you go get a cup of tea, but I wanted to make sure to welcome the good sir back first. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason, and yes, please go get your all-important cup of tea. Now let's talk to our good friend, Jarbairn.
The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. That's the kind of warrior I'm going to be. One who protects everybody. The tale of House... That's the kind of one who protects everybody.
Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Thank you for using the Godfather's check-in. Let's Twitch know you're real. And and not to count you as a bot. Yeah, I did it. It took me 36 deaths, but I did it. It was that final bit where you had to go around the sigil and pop the sigils a second time. That was nuts. That was nuts. And the only reason I think I won, I think I beat him out, was luck. During that second phase, the Equilibrious beast, yes, real madness, exactly, real madness. Instead of casting a bunch of spells, or casting as many spells as he normally would, he leapt about and did his melee attacks more often, which was a little bit more geared up for dodging. If it weren't for that, like, lapse in judgment on the beast's part, I think I would still be back there. I told the folks, I said, there's a good chance I'll be here all day doing this, but I'm happy I'm not doing that. Like that was madness. And I suppose the next time we roll through, I'm not going to have the covetous runes, so that's going to be a whole... Well, I didn't use buffs for that in the first place, so yeah, that's fine. It's just me, Catch Flame, and Rain of Fire, and the boss, and Lutel at the end. That's it. Those 5 things, along with the build items, but that's getting well past truly what I wanted to say. All right. So has our good friend, the warrior the Jarbairn, eaten the good Sir Deathless? I believe so, because his gear is probably left behind. Is that a real whip? I think that is, yeah, that's a real whip. The pedal whip. Metal whip form of razor sharp chain link blades that have the appearance of flower petals. This work of art is handed down through the generations of the illustrious House Hoslow. High dexterity is required to wield this weapon, but it excels at inflicting devastating blood loss. Ah, I see. Well, we got the thing's signature whip. Now we need to go talk to our good friend Moog at the church. How have things been with you, Angie Philosopher, since yesterday? I trust they've been going smoothly, or at least if they have been rough, they've not been too bothersome. Now that I'm thinking on it, this is probably a good time while this conversation's cooking up. As a reminder, I will be doing Let's Try on Saturdays. I will put out the Discord notice about that. Not sure what's going on with the capture card. I fear a driver may need an update or something. But we will be doing Let's Try Saturday, and this Saturday we have already scheduled it to be Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, the spin-off of the of Might and Magic games in general. It has been requested that that be the first Let's Try, so I'm gonna honor it in honor of the people that made the request first. With the Let's Try, there's no guarantee that I will continue playing the game beyond that week. I will put out a poll I will be putting out a poll in the future for, do you guys want to see that or a different game, and if so, what? I will get the system up and running soon enough. Angie Philosopher says, good. Glad to hear it. I think I'm gonna go to bed earlier today. Been pretty tired these last days. I hear ya. I think everyone's been tired. Mr. Jason's been tired due to the heat wave. Lots of the people that have been making content lately have just been tired due to the heat wave. I'm fortunate that my AC got fixed today, so I'm suffering a little bit less. I'm suffering a little bit less, but if I don't run extra fans, I've got at least 2 extra fans in here. No, I'm sorry. I got 3 fans in this room. I got a fan right behind me. I got a fan right across from me, and I've got the ceiling fan. I got 4 fans in this room that are whipping the cold air from the window unit. If I didn't have those, I would die. I would die. Mr. Jason says, although I think the absolute world of you, regardless, good Mr. Coin, good sir, if Adventures of Elundra ever becomes viable, I'm even more your fan for life, good sir. Well, if I ever get the chance to own it, that's, it can definitely go into the Let's Try section, or if it ever becomes available for cheap. And it's got to be like almost dirt cheap for me to buy it. But if it ever does, then I would definitely consider either opening that up to Backlog Friday, or it could be on Let's Try Saturday, depending on, depending on what would be better. Mr. Jason says, you have 5 fans, good sir. 3 in your room, me, and Mr. Angie Philosopher. I'm flattered. Thank you for that statement, Mr. Jason. Take your time, Mr. Jason. Take your time. Angie Philosopher says, imagine having an AC. I know, right? It's not the first time. See, our house, my house that I'm in, along with my folks, my other folks, are it's like a 80-year-old house. I'm forgetting the name of the type of house this is. It's not a colonial house though. But it's got an air conditioning unit that's about that old. So all kinds of parts go out. We've had a capacitor go out that my dad's replaced before. We've had coolant or other essential things break down, or like need replacing. We've had all kinds of parts just break down on this thing. And to make matters worse, the parts for this fan, this air conditioning unit that's right outside my room, actually, you can't make them no one makes them anymore. No one finds them. So every time that a part has to be replaced, a part has to be made, or we got to jump through hoops to get the manufacturer to make like a universal part to replace it. So this is not the first time I've had an AC break. But when you pair it with the heat wave going on right now, it's just brutal. I can't imagine what it's like I can sort of imagine what it's like, but I can't truly put myself in the same shoes as, you know, a European or someone else who just does not. I say European, a Northern European. Some Southern European countries have air conditioning in them, but mostly the Northern European countries don't. I can't imagine putting myself in their shoes truly to know what the lack of air conditioning feels like, to know what not even being able to sweat to endure the heat feels like. That just sucks. It sounds bad. Mr. Jason says, I also have AC. Animal Crossing. Oh, man. Angie Philosopher says, well, it certainly would be a shame being a European. I'd rather be a European. It's not a shame. It's that's got to be sarcasm. Or at least I sure hope it's sarcasm. I feel bad for the people out there, and even worse, it's even worse, you know, since I'm an American and all that. I'm in the States. You know, I'm basically a captive in my own country, minus the bars and the chains and all that. And I feel like my country is one of the greatest sources for why this heat wave is happening right now, among the 50 other things we're responsible for. Northern European, I mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. I feel for them. France, Germany, Italy, they all the people up there. I've heard lots of content creators complain about it. I hope that the heat wave dies down soon, or that they find a solution that doesn't necessarily have to be air conditioning, because of the way all the building laws work and everything. Why don't we talk to Vare and get out of the rain so I can hear myself a bit better?
Oh, Lambkin, so pleased you're here. I'm glad that you're enjoying my gift. I knew it from the very start. You have a taste for noble blood. I wish to anoint you a proper inductee. A knight to serve Luminary Mode, the Lord of Blood, and establish a new dynasty. Luminary Mode has strength, vision, and of course, love. So, what do you say, my lambkin?
He just looks so unsettling. When you can see his eyes like that. Hold on, I need to show you guys what I mean. Let's go to the filter here. It would help if I weren't scrolling the box this window is in every single time. And then we just increase the zoom. Look at that face. That is certainly a face of all time. It reminds me of the synthetic androids from Fallout, that kind of face. You know, minus the blood spatters.
Yes. Who would have it any other way?
Let's give him a squeeze.
Take this.
Let's not. Thank you for the redeem. Lord of Blood's favor.
For your final trial. Soak the cloth with a maiden's blood. Normally this ritual would involve killing one's own maiden and recanting the wisdom of the two fingers. But since you are maidenless, the blood of anyone's maiden will do.
And I know the perfect place to find it.
The cloth is your final trial. Soak it with the blood of the maiden. The blood of anyone's maiden will do. You are maidenless, after all.
Uh-huh. All right, Chapel of Anticipation, let's go. That maiden's corpse should still be there. And if not, I'm gonna panic, or I'm not gonna panic, but I'm gonna laugh. Me panic never. That's never happened before. Insert all the bosses where I have panic rolled, panic casted, I've done that, and other things. I've done it all. And I have a bold history of that. Maiden, die! Like Mr. Jason said, Mr. Angie Philosopher says there's like 2 other dead maidens. No problem. Indeed. No problem. All right. Let us take our defiled cloth back to the church. Angie Philosopher says I could be Mr. Jason for you. No, that was just an honest mistake. I do that sometimes where I speak so quickly that I will swap words or like swap them like mid-location and sentence. I swear I have undiagnosed ADD and I don't know it. I'd say ADHD, but I don't have the hyperactivity associated with ADHD, so I can't say that. I can say ADD though, and honestly that might be a touch worse. You don't mind identity theft? I'm not sure Mr. Jason wouldn't mind identity theft for what that is worth, good sir.
Ah, my lambkin. You've completed your final trial. And with this, you are a formal inductee. A knight who will assist Luminary Moog, the Lord of Blood, in the establishment of a new dynasty. Now, give me your finger. This
Wait, what?
noble blood will be an immutable badge of honor once it settles inside of you.
All right, I guess I'm getting which little it's gonna be the index finger, ain't it?
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
Sweet, sweet pain.
Oh, another thing. You should have this. A medal granted by the new Mogwin dynasty, with the power to grant audience with Luminary Moog.
Sure.
I've gone out of my way to provide one to you. But you mustn't use it just yet. The meeting must wait until the Mogwin dynasty commences.
And
Luminary Moog yet slumbers beside the divinity.
and goodness knows when that'll be.
A little longer. Ah, it is trying, but we must be patient. One day you will be elevated, deservedly, basking in love. Right, my lambkin?
I'll meet you on an open battlefield someday, you white mask Vare.
Ah, one day, right, my lambkin?
All right, so there's that one. That quest is basically, I want to say it's almost finished. Then we have the points we need to get for Corin's quest. I think we're okay now. I wanted to make sure we got those. And now we can begin. There's still a couple places we need to go back and get or clear out. One of them is, unfortunately, the Serpentine Depths. There are a few things I know I don't have, but that can wait for the time being. I would like to make progress and not head back there quite yet. The other I want to say there's still some parts of Lanedale I've not fully mapped out yet for the purposes of the routing. Ooh, hello. Mr. Jason says, "While I appreciate the good sir, Mr. Angie Philosopher, one does not simply replicate Mr. Jason so easily. It takes years to be a Mr. Jason, does it?" I kind of feel like that's a unique identity. One that you cannot, in fact, just replace ever at all, but that's me. That is death. And then this takes us a bit, yeah, this takes us down to the area where the secret is. Mr. Jason says indeed. And then Angie Philosopher says, "You'd be surprised. I'm a man of many talents." I don't doubt that, good sir. I don't doubt that. Wow, there's a bunch of corpses here. Was this the rampage that that the Helicos went on? You know, him being what is essentially a copy of Iodek Skundr from Dark Souls 3. Well, people probably didn't think I would ever catch that reference. He's also Champion Gundr at the same time. I think I might have mentioned that before as well. But yeah, if people were thinking they'd slip that reference by me, they could think again. I used to be a Dark Souls 3 challenge runner after all. I have not forgotten the origins of how I began being an off and on again challenge runner. That was the first game I challenge ran, actually, was Dark Souls 3. I got to 16 hits doing New Game Plus Dark Spells only. So, for those that are a little bit less aware of my history, this is not my first rodeo. I like challenge running. It's generally fun. But I know that it is not necessarily everyone's cup of tea, and I can get tired of it after a while, so I do every so often like to have I do like to take a break from that, but it's always a fun activity I don't mind returning to. Am I missing something here? Yeah, okay, you can just get that to the other side. There's a different entrance. All right. Yep. Oh. Okay, never mind. It's not a different entrance. I need to get on the roof. Is what it is. We gotta go farming the rooftops. We're a real street runner. This is better than any of the Assassin's Creed series games. Mr. Jason says, "Although I must admit that I am indeed being entirely accurate, sometimes, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason makes logic go out of the window, and Mr. Jason has a certain way of speaking." Yes, that is true. Mr. Coin has had a wonderful year with Mr. Jason, so Mr. Coin should be fairly familiar with the workings of Mr. Jason, I'm sure. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm intimately familiar or anything, but I am somewhat familiar, yes. Why? Because I definitely get a copyright if I play too much of that. Nabbit. I was hoping to avoid that. Just one wrong slip, and that's all it took for me to fall way down, and I never quite got put together ever again. Nabbit. Gravity is inevitable. It is a slow and insidious killer. You're absolutely correct. It is inevitable. I cannot say I have died to it more times than a boss right now, but still. Maybe the two will equal each other out at some point. Mr. Jason says, although I admit that Mr. Engie Philosopher, the good sir, would have the best chance of replicating some form of Mr. Jason better than most people, I'm sure. I don't know about that. I don't know if I necessarily... It's one thing to copy people's mannerisms for fun, but, you know, I sort of like everyone being unique here. It would kind of be a shame if people started typing and talking like each other. I wouldn't quite know what to do with that. I know that window is up there. I want to see if there's something else first. No, there is not. Mr. Jason says, and also, Mr. Coin, good sir, to replicate Mr. Jason, you must do all of the things that Mr. Jason does. For example, Mr. Jason found 89 wonderful people to mod for. Yeah, that's not happening. Mr. Jason has done some very impressive feats. Yeah, that's true, good sir. That is true. I'm gonna make sure there's no enemy there first. No, this place used to have a few like am I hallucinating? Am I hallucinating from years ago? I think I might be. I don't know. Radigan's Rings of Light and the Law of Regression. Oh yeah, I need to give this to Corin very specifically. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Jason is trusted to the highest degree by 16 of those wonderful people, good sir. Points to Mr. Jason's wonderful hammer. I hear you, good sir. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you do have people that trust you. A lot. Maybe not to the ends of the world levels of trust, but a lot. Wait. Wasn't that supposed to be different? Or am I no. I know about the great bow move that happened. That has to have been where the Erd Tree bow got moved to then. All right. That's fine. Bow and great bow were swapped. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why we literally have almost two versions of the same bow. One is a bow and one is a great bow. Thanks for the reminder on that, Mr. Engie Philosopher. Okay, that does take care of... Oh, but I think my only way back is through here. Oh, but I guess we can't even be... Yeah, we actually need to go back to the West Capitol Rampart and like go back to the Coliseum. We got to give Corin that book. So we gotta pick up the Law of Regression. You really should call it the Law of Aggression, since that is what the Golden Order wants to be, but I digress. Mr. Jason says, but to summarize and cap off that conversation, good sirs, Mr. Jason already talks about himself highly too much. Mr. Engie Philosopher could replicate Mr. Jason, but it would not be good because Mr. Engie Philosopher is unique in Mr. Engie Philosopher's own right. And Mr. Jason appreciates them for that. I'm sure they're glad to hear that, Mr. Jason, good sir. let's go see what Corin has to say now that we got his book. I don't think he's gonna sit. Well, actually, I've never done this quest. I take that back. I legit don't know. Wait, why are they here? Why are they back? All right, I'll try to ignore them. Though that would be a great source of runes, though, all things considered. You two, I'm not, or you four, I'm not going to ignore them. No, I did not mean to hit them with the axe. I hate this. I hate how jank this is, but I get why it's jank. I get why that has to be that way. All right, talk to me.
Was that you? Yes, the master is still ceased. And after coming all this way, why now, of all times?
Give him the Principia. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Jason, good sir, has established himself to where streamers who know Mr. Jason know that Mr. Jason is just trolling them and isn't being malicious. That is something that Mr. Jason has had to build from scratch, just like Mr. Jason's TCC. Yeah, right. Yeah, not everyone has the affinity for recognizing a good joke at someone's expense. Of which Mr. Jason is exceedingly proud to have Mr. Coin as a part of. Thank you.
This is a volume of incantation. It's good to see your enthusiasm. Indeed, I will happily take it off your hands. Who exactly was Radigan? The master is stumped. His finger has remained still ever since Radigan's name was discovered. But the why must we were on the...
Mr. Jason says, also, good sir, is it a joke at people's expense? Good sir, I'm not charging them. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's free. Yes, it's not at their expense. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, what? I did this farming for nothing. I leveled intelligence for nothing. I forgot the stat line was changed. I've been pumping points in intelligence specifically to cast this. What? Also, here's the part where I learned that I didn't have to give this book to him. Mr. Jason says, you see, that's one of Mr. Jason's unique mannerisms. Quips, lots of people quip though. But it's the... Sometimes the quip comes at another person's expense. And by expense, I mostly mean... I'll take your interactions with Seremu, for example, where you're ribbing him about the fact that he dies a lot and he finds new ways to die all the time. Some would argue that that is trolling. I'm not necessarily saying that it is trolling, but some people would argue that it is. And some people can handle being ribbed about jokes at their expense, and other people get very stiff-lipped and bristly and personal and can't handle it. And those are probably the people that would issue a ban, if I'm being quite honest, about like the people that can't handle trolling or jokes at their expense will not abide by a person doing that in their chat. They just will not. As I'm sure you have probably bumped into yourself, unfortunately. Let's purchase the Law of Regression. I'm still mumbling mad about that. I'm upset that I guess I could have even double checked at the Altar of Anticipation or the Shrine of Anticipation, whichever one. I could have checked either of them to see if the spell's stat line, required stat line, had changed. I'm miffed. I could have spotted that and saved myself so much time. Although I did need to level up intelligence a fair bit to still cast this. I couldn't just cast it with the 9 intelligence I had. I had to double it. Let me not go that way. That is not where I want to be. Let's go back here. Mr. Jason says, just today, good sir, Mr. Jason said to the wonderful Seremu. You know the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Well, here's the advanced version. Curiosity killed the cat. Everything else killed Seremu. And he laughed. Unfortunately. At least he's got a good sense of humor. Anki Philosopher says, Physic tier plus int tally would be enough. I do not have an int talisman, I don't think. Oh, I do. Never mind. I've got the plus 10 version. I am an idiot sandwich. I am an idiot patty sandwiched between 2 pieces of moron bread, with a piece of simpleton cheese in between. It's that's the real joke right there. There we go. I felt like that required the Seinfeld thing right there. Oh well. Leveling the intelligence is not the worst thing in the world. After all, you know, it still lets us get back FP on when we cast generators and stuff like that. It's not useless, but it's like a tertiary stat. It's not something you should be gunning for when you're gearing up and going for your best in slot. Like in World of Warcraft, for example, you wouldn't go out and try to get a piece of gear with leech, with like leech percentage on it, which is a tertiary stat that is only sometimes there on a piece of gear in World of Warcraft, and it shares its stat. It shares its chance to be on a piece of gear with avoidance percent, movement speed, and one other thing. And I'm forgetting what that is. Mr. Jason says, and also, good sir, with Complex David, good sir, I make him laugh. There was one stream that he did at a time where I was unable to make it, as I would have been asleep for. And for 2 hours of that stream, he was muted and no one told him. So since then, I make him laugh, and when he streams, I say at the beginning, "Can confirm that the audio works." Too true. Yeah, I've had instances where I've had a whole stream be muted for like 4 to 6 hours, and that always sucked. I hated that. I really truly did. Let's get that spell, because I don't think I ever did. Law of regression requires 2 slots. Very well. And then we go back up here to the Erd Tree Sanctuary, because I believe we have to take the elevator down in order to get to that part where we need to use this at. Mr. Jason says, and of course when I said that, Mr. Jason includes the Kappa. Of course, because otherwise people might think that you're seriously ragging him for streamer issues, and absolutely no one wants to be the person that makes a joke at the streamer's expense in quite that way. That tends to get you banned in chat rooms. Again, if people can't handle a good bit of criticism or whatever, right? There is... Why did I think this was something? Yeah, I actually went by this earlier. I should have remembered that there was nothing to this at all. Oh well. Crap happens, I guess. I'm happy to not be at Equilibrious Beast anymore. Can I just say that again? I feel like I need to say it again. It feels good to say that. I got him. I got him today. I planned to be there all day with dealing with him. It's not funny. This is the statue right here. Regression alone reveals secrets. Sure, regression alone reveals secrets. I agree with. It might reveal what kind of a person you actually really are. If you figure out where you've regressed to, you can know how important something was or wasn't to you. All right. So we stand right about here, I'd say, maybe around here. Mr. Jason says, I don't criticize Mr. Coin. For one, I don't really notice anything to criticize. And for two, I'm far too busy spreading glaze. Too true, good sir. You're too busy being the employee of the month at the donut glazing factory. That much is true. Do I have to be right up on him? Might have to be. Okay. Maybe I'm too close. Maybe I need to be about here. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I figured that out. Radigan is America. Hey, I guess we gotta go back to the rampart one more time. Mr. Jason says, BRB, good sir, I need to go politely. Scream apples at Lazy Apples VT, and as the ever wonderful mod that I am, warn her about the jump scare berry and Ocarina of Time. Very well, good sir. Take your time. Go do what you feel you must, good sir. I will just be here replacing spells and getting Corin and Goldmask to get off their fat butt for a hot second. I guess I could put on something like maybe, well, actually this might need to be like the Lord's Fortification or something like that, the protection of the Erd Tree. We'll see. Angie Philosopher, if you don't mind my asking, and if you're still here, do you happen to know of any good spots to farm for materials to Golden Amalgam by chance? I know of like an early game spot, but I'm not sure if that's still like the accurate place to farm or not. Only if you feel up to answering, though. I'm not gonna impose that on you. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Were they successfully warned? They have been informed. Good. Does she not I'm sorry, I say, you used her. I assume she doesn't handle jump scares particularly well. Would that be about right? Oh, I'm kind of concerned if she ever spots Dead Hand, if that's the case. No! Stop! Fight each other! What are you doing? Fight each other. Thank you. Holy hell in a handbasket. Fight each other instead, for the love of America. Boy.
Oh, was that you? Yes, the master is still ceased. Who exactly? The master is stumped. His finger has remained still ever since Radigan's name was discovered. But oh, how the Erd Tree. Why we were on the
Oh, do we need to talk to Goldmask then? Mr. Jason says, oh no, good sir, she's fine. But she exited Kokiri Forest in a one-hit randomizer once, and got instantly killed by a berry that dropped from the sky. So now Mr. Jason, the ever-caring mod, warns her of it. But she's playing the standard game today. No randomizer? Like, is that part of like a revisit or something? I'm just curious. Tell him that Radagon is America. Yes, riveting conversation. She's playing a 3-heart challenge today. Ah, okay. That's making some sense. That would explain the standard game.
What on earth did you do to the Master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you. So I'd like to pass this on to you instead. A glimpse into the heart of the Golden Order. Documented by yours truly.
And I believe we are allowed to study the Immutable Shield, which is a really nice support incantation. If you're playing like a paladin, or an elemental knights build, this is like a particularly that can it's great for those kinds of builds. You can get 4 golden amalgam from a gold firefly, which could be bought from a supply pledge too. Okay. Mr. Jason says it's almost 9 p.m. and Mr. Jason's bed is still how it was when you went live, good sir. I'll just shift it over to my chair for the night. I'll work on it again tomorrow. Very well, good sir. Let me just move that back over to... My stream deck was doing funny things, so I thought I would just like flicker the program a little bit. Supply pledge 2. Sorry, I guess I've not interfaced with the supply pledges very much. I know what they are. Is that a number of supply pledges, or is that buying out a specific merchant's goods? Just so I understand that correctly, if you don't mind. Uh-oh, I do not like... Everything's been glitching out kind of funny today. Alright, I guess I'll try just exiting the app and restarting it. Hanky Philosopher says, specific supply pledge, somewhere in Limgrave, Liurnia, or Caelid. Okay. That gives me something to go off of, so thank you. Let me see if the wiki has like more specific information. If not, we can just start. We have some spare runes to play with. We can start cleaning out some merchants. So I'm just gonna flicker on over to the Reforged wiki real quick. If you guys want access to the wiki for yourselves, you can type in !ER-wiki. It's all lowercase, !ER-wiki, ERWIKI in the chat. For you guys on YouTube, you can use asterisk. You can use an asterisk for the same command, or for you guys over on Kick, you can use the caret. That is a Shift 6 on a QWERTY keyboard for that same stuff for yourselves. Thank you for the assist on that, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Oh, I can just control F. Nomadic Merchant East Limgrave. northwest of Fort Height on the way to Mistwood Ruins. Specifically that one. Well, that's interesting. I'll show you guys the page this is on. If you go to the wiki and you look at the merchants page, it has tables that show you what the items on each pledge are, and the inventory you need to buy out in order to get the pledge. Mr. Jason says, a few years ago, good sir, some people went into a police station and stole all the toilets. The police wanted to do something about it, but those people left no evidence, and so the police had nothing to go on. Hardy har har. Hardy har har, good sir. I guess you could say they flushed the evidence down the drain, huh? That was bad.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us.
Sorry.
And then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I'm feeling too good about that groan-worthy joke. Get it? Toilets, flush the evidence down the drain. You know, sorry. I find that funny. But since I know people are just groaning over such a joke.
Sure, Jan.
There we go. The balance has been restored. One cannot make a good joke without a sure Jan being somewhere in there somewhere. That was the warning for the 5-minute commercial break. What you guys heard earlier with the intercom style announcement. We do take commercial breaks around here. At the start of each and every hour, we'll be taking our last one for today. At the top of the hour, there will be a timer on your screen to indicate how long the commercial advertising break will last. I play ads on Twitch to combat the pre-roll, because otherwise they will serve you upwards of upwards of 6 or 8 minutes of ads. It's really yucky. I don't like that. No one likes ads. So I highly encourage everyone to get up with me and take a stretch break with me as I, get up, stretch, get a drink, all that fun stuff. And it'll keep your eyes away from those ads. No one likes them. There might be the occasional funny tidbit on an ad, but otherwise, no one likes being sold stuff these days, and I don't blame you. But that said, feel free to do your own thing. Spend your time how you wish. I'm not your boss. Because once that timer reaches 0, I will have returned. The ad break should hopefully be finished. And we can pick right up where we left off. It really is just that simple. I promise. Not everything can be simple. But so if I can make something like the good old days, or it could at least be a little bit simple, I want to do that. I want to do that if I can. So this is all, wait, it's this merchant. It's this one right here, right out from Fort Height, because that's what the description said. Northwest of Fort Height on the way to Mistwood Ruins. Now that I know this specific merchant is the one that does that, I'll just make a note to farm runes and clear out his inventory when we see him next time. All right, let's clean up shop like real quick. So he ought to be right over here. Oh, good sir, I have come to clean out your inventory.
How nice.
Oh, he buys unlimited flies. Okay, I need to buy the rest. Obtain supply pledge for Kale. You really shocked me there? How so? Nomadic Merchant Supply Pledge 2. Yeah, what does this say? Oh, I should have paid attention to the arrows. I'm not sure why I bought those. That was stupid. Expand a mercantile contract drafted by a nomadic merchant, pledging to supply their kin with additional goods. Peculiar fingerprints are burned into the parchment, forming a secret code. It only costs 400 runes when bought via the pledge. Ah, so let's see what the price difference is. 1,600 runes for that. That's incredible. Now let's go give Mr. Kali the supply pledge then. I think we'll have just enough time to get over there, and I will wait before I give him the supply pledge because I want the people tuning in to see it. Speaking of the break, see you guys after the break. Yes, I am back. I suffered a little bit of a complication making my drink. It took me a little longer to make than I would have liked, but my drink is here. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I trust we all had a wonderful, if somewhat extended, commercial break.
Weren't you? Well,
Pledge supplies. Yeah, let's sell the arrows because I certainly do not need those. And why do I have them equipped? I don't want these arrows equipped. That's stupid. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. Regarding Lazy Apple's VT, they're one of the TCC's 38 streamers. I saw. I did see. I am beginning work on a bunch of stuff, and the TCC wall of verified streamers for the channel page is one of them.
wait. Well, you're back.
Go ahead and sell off those, along with these items we never really needed in the first place. And I'm sure we'll make back what we'll make back just enough for what we need to do for our own purposes. Yeah, see, look, we from all these unneeded, unnecessary, like cells, we're already almost back up to the runes we had prior to spending them on, I'm sorry, my brain seems to be breaking. We've made back the 10K we spent on the law of regression, and then the what it cost us, and a little bit of what we overspent to get the arrows and other stuff. Mr. Jason says, not only do we promote TCC's verified streamers, good sir, you, as our president, can also use our reach to grow your channel as well. I've just realized something, good sir. What is that? Mr. Jason, what have you realized? We don't need that helmet. We get rid of it. Okay, and then we could buy a whole crap ton of things. Yes, we're gonna buy all this. We don't really need the level ups too much anymore. We'll certainly need them before the end game, but it's fine. I would rather have the amalgam at the moment. In the wonderful TCC, good sir, if the good sir wishes to do so, as it is their choice, we have a Mr. Angie philosopher void that they could fill should they wish to do so, of course. But if not, no worries. I think the last time this was broached, they were part of more than enough discords. I could be misremembering who that was, though, that said that. Well, I mean, I could broach it. It is kind of just a quiet, like it is a massive Discord. It has a lot of different places you can be, but no one's, to be honest, the only person that has used any of the rec rooms is myself. I put something in there once just to see if people would register that there was a response in there, and no one has posted anything in there relating to a meme yet. Mr. Jason says, I may also be misremembering too. I feel like that might be grunge. That sounds accurate. Yeah, those were words that grunge had also said. Okay, so now we have what we need for hard runes. Thanks for the assist on that, Mr. Angie Philosopher. That has saved me a lot of headache. And of course, I haven't said this yet, but the supply pledges are technically part of all content because you get a key item for them. We will be doing those. We will be getting all of them. However, it will be an end of game segment where we go and farm up a bunch of runes over and over. Where we have easy free room farm. And not at any point before that. We don't really have a reason to... We've subsisted and survived on the stuff we've farmed so far. It was only at this point where I needed more... I needed more amalgam. There was another point where it came pretty close, but we did some light farming before that. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, one of my founding principles of the GCC is to invite people who I truly respect. No one has to join, of course, but me offering an invite merely means that person has passed the high threshold of respect from Mr. Jason, the executive chair. Anyway, Mr. Coin, there is something that I also run that makes the TCC look like an easy club to enter. Would it have to do with the esteemed inner circles of Lady Jacinth by any chance? Dark-skinned woman of type 5 or type 6 skinned persuasion in a pink dress. Yeah, I thought that might be the one you might be alluding to, good sir. Okay, so now what? So we give him the thing, right? Bridge, South Stargazer's Ruin. Okay, so not yet. We're good here then. Mr. Jason says, my SBC makes my already prestigious TCC look like any old regular Discord that can be joined. Yes. Too true. My SBC is on its own level. Yeah, I'm very keenly aware of that, good sir. It is kind of its own thing. Mr. Jason can describe the particulars if he so cares to, but otherwise, I'm going to lock in on getting closer to... Well, actually, we still have that section. We went through and dealt with the law of regression, right? But we never really did. There was still more to that than meets the eye. There was still more to that part that we could have explored. Oh, but yeah, actually, they're still here, but okay. In good conscience, I can't go with that yet until I confirm that. I think I might need to like reload the... No, we went to Limgrave. That should have triggered. Yeah, they should have moved already. Not really sure what to do. We'll I'll make an adjust. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It feels good to get up to this point in the game, though, where it kind of feels as though we're getting to the point where I can officially say we're halfway through. Or maybe right, yeah, we're right at the halfway mark. Mr. Jason says, the TCC. Gain Mr. Jason's respect and hope for an invite. Yeah. and then the SBC is gonna get a wordy novel, I'm sure. Mr. Jason says, the SBC. Gain Mr. Jason's respect. Buy Pokemon Legend Z to A and play until you have faced Lady Jacinth and have gathered 3 million spendable Pokédollars. And then hope for an invite.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation? To think that Radigan was Marika herself. Or at least, such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself. Do you have a fuller understanding of the matter? Oh. Well, either way, I can continue my documentation. In truth, it matters very little whether I understand the Master's thoughts or not. I am merely his scribe. It is my sole and unwavering purpose.
Mr. Jason says Mr. Quaid is second in charge for both. Yeah, winky face, winky emoji. Yep, in charge. I am second in command for both. Not much more to say than that, right, good sir? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Given what was... Why am I in combat with these two giant lugs? Or maybe I'm in combat with these four... this group of hooligans. Mr. Jason says, technically, first in the former rather than the latter. Technically, I suppose. I'm first in command. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. We can move, which is what I was looking for. All right. Now I believe we have gotten him to move, and I think we ought to be good here. At least I hope. This is the part where Coin finds out that he didn't advance the dialogue enough, and thus, I feel like I didn't advance it enough. Hold on. Okay, yeah, that is the last bit of dialogue before the Stargazers ruins. Welcome on back, Mr. NK Plays. Good to see you again. Didn't expect it to be 2 hours. No worries. I'm just happy you were here at all. For what that's worth. I trust things have gone smoothly for you since the last time we've talked. Oh, yeah, let me not forget to go down to the bottom there and explore that intersection of the intersection of Langdell, like almost the very heart of it. I almost forgot. Mr. Jason says, I'm surprised that Mr. Jason has not made a Velvetizer's owner's server yet. The roles would be owner of classic Velvetizer, owner of all new Velvetizer, and owner of both Velvetizers. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if there is actually a Hotel Chocolat Discord, whether an official one or a fan Discord. I wouldn't be surprised if they're, because since it actually has a real hotel, right? That means it's got its own culture. It's got its own niche little culture to it. And so you would definitely expect to find some people gathered around the joys of drinking chocolate beverages, to say the least. Mr. Jason's would be far more exclusive. I hear you, Mr. Jason. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if I would be surprised if there weren't a Discord server dealing with that, is all. Mr. Jason says, that is what shocked me the most, good sir. What's that? Wait, why is there glittery stuff up here? Please tell me that was not an invisible perfumer. Mr. Jason says, without even realizing, good sir, both of my discords that I have made have some small form of elitism in them. Well, gatekeeping is essentially the smallest form of elitism, right? It's the, you need to have this or you can't get in the club, right? As opposed to something being generally open and available. Now, that is not to say that some versions of elitism or gatekeeping are necessarily bad. I think this can spawn a good conversation all of its own. Elitism of itself isn't the problem. It's the elitism for which there is you either have it or you don't. You're either born with it or you're not. Like, there's no way of getting in with those. Not you again. Stop giving me Crucible Knights video game. Nice. Also, that gets to be its own split now, so... Mr. Jason says, one of them is earn your place in the ranks, and the other one is, are you rich in a game? I mean, yeah, like there's still a way you can like get in. You don't have to be born in. It's not like the Brotherhood of Steel, right? And for those that aren't familiar with the Brotherhood of Steel, the Brotherhood of Steel is a faction in the Fallout universe that is essentially they're the supreme technology scavvers of the land. They see themselves as protectors of the world's past technologies and thinks that the wastelanders of today will misuse it. These include anything from energy pistols or things with computers and sensors to them, to even small little sensor modules. They will go out of their way to acquire these technologies. And that's kind of their whole purpose. They have these nice closed chapters that are typically underground and a bunker of sorts, but they aren't always in bunkers. Sometimes they take up installations in old ruined military forts or things of that nature. And the disposition of the Brotherhood of Steel is generally, we'll leave you alone, but if you've got technology, we don't think you deserve to have it. So you can either give it to us in exchange for your life, or barring that, you know, some of them might be willing to trade for the technology, and others still are willing to do favors in exchange for it. But a lot more of the aggressive ones will just kill you if you have a laser pistol. It's like or even something as simple as a sensor module. Like the Brotherhood of Steel is kind of they're regarded in a sort of they're respected in a feared way. By the fear they induce in people, they are respected. Some of them have helped people, and so they garner legitimate respect, but most of the other times it's like, okay, yeah, they're the guys and gals in T-45B power armor where bullets and energy weapons can't really scratch them that well. So yeah, you know, just give them what they want and they'll leave us alone. Mr. Jason says, I may not be rich in real life, but I live a generally good life. I have video games, a good family, coin stamp streams, wonderful funds, hotel chocolat, rather expensive taste, and coin stamp streams, and oh, did I mention coin stamp streams? I'm thankful that I am part of your lived excellent life, good sir. And I'm glad that you're set. And also, good sir, my parents have mentioned several times that Mr. Jason just puts things in the shopping trolley without looking at the price. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any confirmation for that, but I could earnestly believe it. I did that a little bit when I was a kid. I would often put things in the shopping basket without looking at the price. That generally stopped when I was... I don't know, say 16? Yeah, when my folks had separated, when my mom and dad separated, and granted, this point was well after that, after the initial separation, we were lucky to be lower. We were lucky to be in the upper part of the poor class. We were always kind of poor, and so we always had to look for. We could afford to sometimes get brand name items, but for the most part, we had to skimp. Or if we saw the 2-ply paper, we were lucky if we got 2-ply toilet paper, or to have a pantry full of vegetables. I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly, because I know the invisible sucker is right there. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Jason shops at places where the checkout is a shopping bag. I hear you. But I'm very happy to be part of your life, good sir, for you deserve to shine, and I'll do whatever it takes to bring out that brightness. I appreciate that, sir. I'm honored to have you say that, truly. Here's the hope that this year and the next year can be the start of something good, even in a detritus of human garbage and greed and perfidy and hate. I'm referring to, of course, the geopolitics and stuff happening around the world. I could probably, no, I probably can't, because phase 2 is gonna make this really hard. Dak nabbit. Come on. Come charge this way, Sir Crucible Knight. I know phase 2 will be coming. What? I'm not going back down there. They can die. They can absolutely just die down there. Thank you, but no. I'm not interested in doing that today. Mr. Jason says, but honestly, good sir, although I do not have the honor of knowing the real you, I'm more than happy with what I've been presented with. I appreciate that, good sir. And that, good sir, is enough for me. My focus is to make sure to the best of my ability that you are as happy as possible. Your presence has been a great improvement. I will tell you that. For sure. Your presence has been a great improvement, both for me personally and for the channel. I cannot think of just where or what kind of place my stream would be without some of your ideas, or without the presence of the TCC, or not having a real moderator. I should say that. That would spit on my sibling's image. That's not what I mean. My sibling was great when they were here, but they're at a point in their life where they're not going to be here quite so much. And even when they could be, they often weren't anyway. And that's just... And, like, that's what living with low energy is like. You got to pick your battles, unfortunately. So... I don't harbor any judgment on my sibling. They gotta live their life like I have to live mine. No big deal. I was always grateful when they could be here, helping me moderate the stream very occasionally, but it's nice to have that. It's nice to have a modding presence I can count on. I couldn't count, quote unquote, I couldn't exactly count on it before. We do have a lot in common, good sir. Despite us literally being an ocean apart from each other, we do have an incredible amount in common. Oh boy. Okay. I think we can drop down. Here, I can do the rainbow stone test and see if that's going to be a problem. Cool. All right, so how were you intended to get to this? Because I think you were supposed to... nope, never mind. You cannot cross this. Yeah, I'm gonna get back here and we're gonna use the concealing aromatic to hide. We're gonna wait for them to like move. Sir Jason says I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my last cup of tea for the night and the bottle of water. Awesome. Glad to hear it. And take your time on that too, for the record. I think that's all there was to that encounter. I think that's all there was to that little section, but I don't 100% remember, so I'm gonna double check. We also have the Bolt of Grand Stacks. And then after that, we do have a little ways to go before we deal with Morgott, the Omen King. We do have a little bit of time. We also need to find the Dung Eater, the loathsome Dung Eater, who I know is here. Lots of quests move when we kill him, so we need to we absolutely cannot advance until we know where the Dung Eater is. I know he's here in I know he's there in the subterranean the underground / the shunning grounds. This is the part where I see a Crucible Knight walking across the street, and I'm gonna be upset. Never mind. No such thing. Good. Nothing here. Nothing here at all. Oh, so this has got to be Grand Sacks we're looking at. Like these are his petrified remains or what have you. Okay. We've got the alleyway here. I think we're good. Yeah, this is just kind of a closed off area just for the quest, just for the statue. Okay. Wait. There's not a rune piece up there, is there? I need to know. We probably will not be getting to Morgott today because of the Dung Eater quest. I want to make sure I've not missed it, because once you go past Morgott, there is no turning back. There's absolutely zero amount of turning back. Okay, I don't see anything. Let's check the rooftop, though. Yeah, what did I knew there would be a rune piece up here. Where you can't see it except from the rooftop. All right. Let's freaking go. LFG. The censored version is let's freaking go. How about that? And we're gonna make it right up to where the rest site before Morgott. Morgott's like over here. For those that need to know where he is literally right at the base of the Erd tree here. Okay, we shouldn't need this lift anymore. We should be good to go. And I'm not injured enough to require rest yet, so let's let's move forward, shall we? I'm having pork loin in a Dutch oven tonight with some onions, along with some mac and cheese, and I got to pick out the spinach, canned spinach. Yum! I can't wait. I can't wait to eat it tonight. It's hard to go wrong with roast pork loin over in a like slathered over a nice stove. I'm hearing something. What? Oh, I forgot about that. Right, I forgot. There are invisible black knife assassins. Also, I get to add that one to the list. I need to have the sentry's torch out if I want to see her. I totally forgot about that. I mean, not trip over my own stream gear. Yeah, these dudes can just be regular old enemies now. Let me get the sentry's torch out. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need a lot of that. All right, let's try that again with 100% less screw ups. Hopefully. Welcome back, good sir. I assume you got more of the basic Tetley tea. You 2 water bottles in for in the night. Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, how about... Okay, yeah, you need that torch out or I'm not gonna get to see him. Oh, good, I got him mid-flight. That's exactly what I was looking for. Give me 1 second. Gotcha. So, first I have to mark a death there, and then we're good to go. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, Elden Ring seems like a really good game. But Mr. Jason will stick with his turn-based games. That's fair. That's fair. Even with, like, I would say Reforged probably has better accessibility because there is there's like a super easy mode where like you have like natural HP regen and what have you. There are ways to make it feel less bad, but even so, the core gameplay still isn't for everyone. There's no changing that some people are not into action RPGs as much. They just aren't. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. We need to go get, we need to go back and finally turn in that god-blasted book to Muriel. I keep forgetting to do that. Mr. Jason will stick with his turn-based games. That's completely fair. I think I talked to Muriel, excuse me, and didn't turn in the book.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us. Heresy is not all thing. In the end, late now she the grim. You would do well severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
Hold on. Oh, I skipped all that dialogue. Yuck. Not great. Did not want to do that in the routing playthrough, but it's fine. I guess you can get the Lord's Aid. Blood loss, sleep, increases immunity, robustness, and concentration. Yep, I do want this. I'll also take the Lord's Heal. And then we'll go from there. It should be right here in the Queen's bedchamber. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. Mr. Jason wasn't sure if Mr. Jason would have lasted the entire stream, but I have, and I'm glad. I'm glad you're here for what that is worth, good sir. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're feeling better, which is the important part. Everything else is secondary. I'm glad that with some water and a bit of food, you're feeling better. Oh, let me not to do that. I told you guys we weren't going to be... we were not going to be going past this point quite yet. So what I need to do now is I need to look at the quest for Dung Eater and make sure it is at least close to being done. Oh, we need to come here. Okay. All right, let's go back to the round table hold. Because we need to give him a seedbed curse, is what it is. I almost forgot.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
Ew! I don't know. Yuck. I don't want it. If I could kill you and get a quest ending, I'd do it, but I can't. So that's not. Mr. Jason says, for what Mr. Jason understands, good sir, I should get a Professor Will's assistant Pikachu through snapshot photo bombs. While I would love a shiny or one with a special background or both, all that Mr. Jason truly cares about and what I consider is 100% complete is just catching the available Pikachu. Yeah, because anything else would be too much effort, right? Start at the underground roadside site of Grace. From there, exit the room and turn left. Okay. So we need to find that particular one. This to be the underground roadside. Okay, so we may need the we may need some more concealing aromatic. Let's get that ready. We'll go ahead and craft 4 more of those. Mr. Jason says, if this were a Pokemon related channel, we could have a chat automated message that says, Coinstamp would like to stream. And when you appear, another message says, Coinstamp sent out the stream, sent out Mr. Coin. I could kind of do something like that. Well, there's like a pre-stream message, right? Where people that are subscribed will get a notification that says, you know, whatever. There are some people who do the really dubious thing of saying you just subscribed for $2.69 or whatever, right? Like you just got a free, like a gifted, which is not at all what happened. They just send out a notice and it's there to get your attention. It's super clickbaity and kind of scummy when people do that, even as like a joke. Even as a joke, it's not. That's not okay. But I digress. Let me also get that out of here. There we go. Mr. Coin, or Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin uses providing amazing content. It's super effective. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I did say, and when we were doing the rules for the backlog, that I did have access to Pokemon fan games. I could bring the Pokemon fan game on here at some point. There's one that I've been playing off and on called Pokemon Soulstones 2 Time Wardens, which has a bunch of cool stuff in it. It's really fun. It's got all kinds of amazing regionals, and they've been working to hand make all of the replacement art if they aren't done with that already. And there's post game on top of the main game, so it's like a huge chunky game, to say the least. Mr. Jason says, also good, sir. Mr. Jason would love to see Pokemon Sword on this channel one day. Maybe. If you want to see it, you can put it in as a request, good sir. Mr. Jason loves Pokemon Sword. For Mr. Jason is a native Galarian himself. We could, so I need to ask where your thoughts on the plot are. I need to know what you think of it. I know you like Pokemon Sword. But do you find the plot laughable? Like funny? In the sense of how surface level it kind of is. If I don't know where you sit on like the actual like story of the game, but I did generally like what I saw of Galar when I went through it on my own time. It was a fun little jaunt. Exit the room, turn left, follow the corridor, and jump down the open grate. Head northwest, past the giant poison plants, climb the ladder, be cautious of the giant hand. Okay, I know about the path. Mr. Jason says it can't be any worse than Paldea. True. It probably can't be worse than that. Oh, you mean the plot? Let's say there are no real life lessons to learn in Pokemon Sword or Shield. And the villain is so comically bad at being a villain that you almost kind of can't tell who the villain is supposed to be. And I don't like that. Hold on. Oh. I gotta be careful. I'm running right into a plant. How did that whiff? Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. I mean graphics. It took a Nintendo Switch just to make it playable. That's fair. Nintendo Switch 2. Paldea was terrible. Oh, yeah, the graphics are okay. But I'm talking about the actual story behind the games. I'm asking what your thoughts are about specifically Pokemon Sword / Shield's story. And its characters. That kind of thing. Mr. Jason enjoyed the story? Okay. That's fair. I do think there can be a circle of hell for people that like it. Mr. Jason might be biased as a Galarian. Fair. Or Galarian. Let me say that Galarian, because I'm saying the fictional setting for Pathfinder, the Pathfinder tabletop. If I say it the way I was saying it before, Galarian. I'm sure it's a fine story. There are parts to like about it, but I don't know. In the interest of not wanting to spoil, let's just say the stand-in for Gary Oak is actually, you know what? I take that back. Actually, the stand-in for Gary Oak is great. I like him. He isn't like the worst written character by any means. Whoever the stand-in for Giovanni is awful. Without wanting to like spoil details. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason does miss the jerk rivals. Yes, good sir. Well, I don't need them to be blue or silver, and I don't need them to be Gary freaking Oak. I don't need that. I'm fine if it's, Hop, or not Hop, Hope or whatever his name is. I take less issue with the rivals in general, because I get wanting to move away from the tired trope of, oh, your rival has more Pokemon or stronger Pokemon that are type matched up perfectly against yours. So it's an uphill battle every single time you see them. Like that's a tired thing. I'm glad they swapped that out. To be honest, I think black and white were probably the best presentations of the rivals, where you had a rival, you had that not necessarily jerkish rival, but you had someone who had his own things to work through. But you also had the rival that was clearly struggling, weaker than you, or had Pokemon that didn't line up favorably against yours. It's the other way around. But she goes on a journey and discovers herself. I think Pokemon Black and White did a great job with that. The villains at least felt believable, I guess, is moreover what I'm trying to say. And Pokemon Sword wanted to do something good with the plot, but then it became laughably comically bad right at the end. And instead it kind of became the it became too focused on the legendary Pokemon. I would have been far more interested in the little subplots between the chairman of the corporation and the champion. That had potential to be good if it was written better. Mr. Jason says, speaking of Pokemon, good sir, did Mr. Jason tell you that Mr. Jason has 11 Pokeball Plus? Yes, you have mentioned that multiple times, good sir. Including one with a Mew in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me out. Let me out of here. Must eat more. Defile more. Everything that matters to you for generations to come. I am the Dung Eater, a scourge upon the living.
Wow. Mr. Jason says, indeed. Also, it is 10 p.m., 5 p.m. Now, good sir. Yes, sir, I'm very keenly aware. I'm going to wrap up this teeny tiny thing with the Dung Eater, and then we should be good to go. I want to be able to come into tomorrow, right? Today's Tuesday. Yeah, I want to be able to come into tomorrow with struggling against the Omen King. What's up, Mr. Jason?
Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again and defile each corpse with care, just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed, along with their children and their children's children, for all time to come.
This is my curse, the yearning.
I will kill again, just to be shall be good.
Cool. We got it. So now that we've talked to him, after the encounter, return to the round table hold to reveal that Dung Eater is missing. Blackguard, big boggard. So if I do this, okay. I think we'll, yeah, I guess we'll have to do a teeny tiny bit of cleaning up before too terribly long. So I'll wait for Mr. Jason's last statement, and then, well, actually, I guess if we're gonna wait for the last statement, we should keep moving. So let's go over to the Table of Lost Grace, and he should give us that message to go fight him in the outer moat, and then we should be able to go talk to Blackguard Big Boggart and to go fight the Dung Eater. Mr. Jason says, Leak Duck has just updated tomorrow's Pikachu spawns. They have recycled the 3 Dapper Pikachu. And so Mr. Jason will skip those now, good sir. But Mr. Jason needs to catch the Red Party Hat Pikachu, Pyrite Crown Pikachu, Winter Carnival Pikachu, Beanie Hat Pikachu, Flying Pikachu with multicolored balloons, and the Quartz Crown Pikachu, and a second Beanie Hat Pikachu for Beanie Hat Raichu. I'll defile you next. Come to the outer moat. Oh boy, don't threaten me with a good time. Outer moat, that's like right here, right? Okay, so if we go back here to the Dung Eater. Okay. Yep, so I guess we'll add Dung Eater to the quest, to this, and do this here. And in truth, the Dung Eater split should probably be moved to right before the Equilibrious Beast. Mr. Jason says, but here's one last random fact. Raichu has 14 costumes. So some people would think that Pikachu has 14 costumes, but Pikachu has 94 costumes. Yes. Because they give no love to Raichu. Raichu is the redheaded stepchild among the redheaded stepchild of Pikachu evolutions. No one likes Raichu other than like the most devout Raichu enjoyers. I'm one of them. I like Raichu. I like it a lot.
It was him. No question. That monster. He's lurking round here.
Yep. And now we I think we should just be able to deal like we should see him all tied up. Yup, there he is. Mr. Jason says, I recently caught some more Raichu, good sir. So I have 2 Raichu in Pokemon Go for Mega Raichu X and Mega Raichu Y. Although, good sir, out of tomorrow's spawns, yeah. Only the Pyrite Crown Pikachu and the Quartz Crown Pikachu are new. Good. I don't even know if I said that right the first time. Quartz Crown Pikachu.
Serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
Well. So he got his bell bearing. Oh. It's killing time. What? That was a one-hit KO. That's there's nothing to do about that other than try again, because he's gonna be at that site now. Or wait, no, I think I actually have to spawn here at the stake now. Mr. Jason says, so hopefully by the end of tomorrow, hopefully Mr. Jason will have 45 costume Pikachu. Ah. All right, don't get hit by Dung Eater then. Got it. Yeah, that sword bloody hurts. Don't even think about it. Not again. Yuck. Mr. Jason says, also good, sir. I had caught 14 Cantonian Pokemon, each for Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and Pokemon Go to give me plenty of opportunities to catch a shiny Meltan in Pokemon Go. And well, I completed shiny Meltan. That's awesome. I know those are rare. I know those are rare indeed. So those Cantonian Pokemon are just kind of there now. Yep, taking up space, right? Okay, so that's done. Okay. Mending Rune of the Fell Curse. Okay. So then what we do is we go back and go talk to the Dung Eater again. And we have how many seedbed curses? We have 4. So there's one we don't have, and then we can get the ending. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason doesn't mind though, good sir. Mr. Jason just spends 1% less at a certain British chocolatier and upgrades Mr. Jason's Pokemon Go, Pokemon, and item storage. Thank you so much for the follow. We do keep follows sound free and relatively anonymous so that you may follow in peace. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of your follow package. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm just be cleaning up our inventory a little bit. And we'll go talk to our good Stockholm Syndrome Dung Eater real quick.
There you are. You warded off my blessing.
Not really.
Despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I'm the Dung Eater.
What?
It's my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse again and again until it is done. Until a cursed ring coalesces and may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled. And soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed. And they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me. And they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all. My corporeal flesh lies in the sewer jail beneath the capital. Give it your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse until a curse ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself. My corporeal flesh.
You got it. Yuck, but you got it nonetheless. Mr. Jason says, I love when new people follow, good sir. I do too. I followed 12 months ago, and I'm still getting the complete package. Thank you, good sir. I really appreciate that. I do need to find the 5 seedbed curses, but that will have to happen later. Not right now. Oh, well, yeah. We've already gotten the 3 from the Volcano Manor and the Lanedale Royal Capital, so the other... Yeah, both of these are in the Race of the Halleck Tree. Good to know. All right. Well, that'll do it, I guess. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. You guys have been great. We'll be back tomorrow. We've cleaned up pretty much most of our odds and ends. I think I think my plan of attack for tomorrow is going to be to focus on Morgoth the Omen King. If we defeat him, great. We will go back and clean out the remainder of the Serpentine Depth. There are still some things we have not gotten out of there that are required for all content. And we'll kind of go from there. After that, it'll be onward to the Forbidden Lands and the Foot of the Erd Tree and all that. Mr. Jason says, the plan of attack tomorrow, good sir, is to provide wonderful content. True, good sir. To provide wonderful content to all of you. It has great value, and it'll be worth banking into your accounts tomorrow and the day after and the day after that. Don't forget, Saturday will be the start of the first Let's Try. We will have that's going to be Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I will put out a poll for that. What's up, Mr. Jason? Sometimes, good sir. Yes, good sir. While that's going on, you guys have been amazing. My name is Coinstamp, folks. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. Can't wait until we do a real run someday. We gotta do the routing first. Mr. Jason says, on a Saturday, I might miss the beginning of a stream. No worries. If you could be there at all at any point, good sir, that would be great. If not, no big deal. Mr. Jason says Saturday is the only day I meet my IRL friend, but I'm usually back sometime between the hours that you stream. No worries, good sir. Your IRL friends are way more important. Please go give them all the attention they deserve. I'm not even sure Dark Messiah of Might and Magic will be your kind of game. If I'm just based on the art, I'm not 100% sure, but that's just me. But I hope you have fun. This isn't my kind of game either. Yet here you are. You right. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think Dark Messiah is like an action game, if I'm remembering right. I appreciate you being here at all. Well, you know, you'll either see the experience or you won't. That's all I can say. But yes, on Saturday will be the start of the Let's Try. I will put out a notice for future Let's Tries and all that sort of stuff. I'll kind of go from there. Thank you for being here, Mr. Jason, and everyone else. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode or another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. You guys know all the algorithmic stuff to do, of course. Please do stay safe, take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys in the next one. Farewell and goodbye.